Just limp this one. Can raise some too. Right now, I just hopped in the Sunday special. We are in 14th place with 149 left, 55 paid, and 11K for first. So that's pretty sick. I'll go to start with a bet here. Can check a little bit. Once I make sure the stream is up and operating well, I'll add some more tables. There's a 500 main event on CoinPoker today, which is awesome. I think there's a 1K at some point, although I might have missed the 1K. I think I missed the 1K, but there's still plenty of great tournaments. There's a 5K, 17 people in that one. Mario's Minions in there. I don't know who that is, but it's a good screen name. I'll fold here. And I'll make sure to post all the links if you guys aren't already registered. The main tournament that we're focused on today is going to be at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Here we go. The PokerCoaching Invitational. It is a $1 tournament with $1,000 added to the prize pool, which is really sick. I'll just register now, actually. We have 70 entrants right now. Let's try to get that number much higher. We have 1,070 in the prize pool. So right now, we have 70 people vying for $1,000 and 70 of prize, which is pretty sick. Pretty sick. I wonder if this is the real Rui. Rui's, I believe one of the biggest grinders on Stars. I haven't played Stars, so only seen it from the outside. But this is a great tournament, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's plenty of good pros throwing it in there every week. A little max state reg or whatever. 311 people, 11K up top, and a $200 tournament. So that's pretty sick. Let me know if the audio and video and everything looks fine on your end. So I can kind of. I don't stream too often, so. It's a bit, always a bit anxious I'm doing something wrong. It says transitioning the broadcast failed. That sounds like not good news. We're live. Let's go. Let's go. It all worked. That is great news. And like always with these streams, guys, like, I'm only going to play a few tables. So I have plenty of time. If you guys have any kind of questions or tournament things I can help you with. Today I was told I need to try to spin up a bankroll. So we're going to try to spin a few $100 into a lot. I think we just min raise here. If this stack's a little bit shorter, maybe I open a bit bigger. But I don't really think that when I'm opening EP, there's too much merit in going bigger. I'm also going to post the link in the chat for for the weekly MTT. I mean, it's $1,000 added. That's just such sick value. I'm really, really happy to be a part of that. Ireland's quite good here, even though there's a queen on the board. I'm gonna go with a. I think we turn these type of boards into 2-street games, even though he's short. So it's like a big size for kind of this SPR. Although maybe there's not that much need to. It's a fine size, but maybe just min betting there is fine, giving him a sense of a bit more fold equity. Because he has more fold equity. Alright, Stylen says, find a game you can beat, play it a lot, and keep a proper bankroll. That's what Coach Little says. That is absolutely true. John Little has kind of helped, not kind of, he has helped me with a lot of that kind of advice over the years. Yeah, give me a ton of advice. I remember, I mean, there's so many things he told me that were helpful, but him really being like strong on bankroll management and not trying to get rich quick, I think is just amazing advice. When I first started to play, I really wanted to try to just get rich quick, right? I moved to Vegas and I was like, I'm going to spend my bankroll up to a bunch and I'm going to move back to Ohio in a couple years. And that'll be that, but it's not the right mindset. That's how you go broke. And in a game of small edges, like you want volume, you know? When you're trying to print like a 10% ROI, you really want to just take it slow and just print it over and over. 2 high card boards are pretty good for my limp range. So I have the jack and the low card, some connectivity there. I think I can bet that one at some mixed frequency. Alright, so why don't I hop in? Albert says, how did I build my bankroll? I started with online 6 max. So I started at 25-0. I was playing it in college, just like swinging, making $800, going to zero, making $2,000, going to zero, kind of thing that definitely not sustainable as I was like learning the game. But then I started taking 6 max much more seriously towards the end of my college career in 2017. And then in 2018, I went from 25-0 to 200-0, and then put in my most volume at 200-0 and played some 500. So to me, that's still like an amazing way to build a bankroll. This is close. What do we think here? Whatever. I think opening this is fine. It's a small ante, which isn't as exciting, and 2 reshove stocks here, so I want to be more high card heavy for sure. But I'm still just in the cutoff, so. And I get to play deeper against the big blind, which is good and fine. So versus big blind here, I'm actually just going to play a pure B60 strat on a 6-5 rainbow. I'm going to go 3 big blinds here. So yeah, that was how I built my bankroll, was online cash. I think it's a great way to do it. Like, the rate can be quite high, but you play a lot of hands and you can get a lot better quickly, and you get to review those hands, you know, using HUDs and things. So I'm still like a big believer in online cash being a very, very good way to kind of, because when you're building a bankroll, you have 2 goals, right? Like you're trying to spin up a bankroll to gamble with, but also like you're just trying to get a lot better at poker. Because when you don't have a bankroll, like when I didn't have a bankroll, you're not very good, right? So there are very, very few strong players that are focused on that. So really, you just want to be playing a game that you get a lot of hands in. You get good data if you're winning, if you're losing, where you're leaking, and you can iterate that on and improve very quickly. And then once you build some sort of something, right? Say you get like 20K. Now 20K, I think now you can start moving into live cash. In live cash games, the win rates go way higher. Like they're just so much higher than online cash. And you've already played these hands that kind of give you this experience and strategy that is helpful. So that's still kind of my path. I think that tournaments, I'm gonna just play call with my entire range here, like with my entire continuing range, and ace jack's gonna fit in. Yeah, I don't really think that tournaments are a great bankroll builder early on in your career, because it's the same thing. Like you're trying to get better at poker, and there are small stakes tournaments online, and you can do that way too. Like I've had friends play $3 and $7 and try to run it up from there. But cash is just a bit steadier. It's the same game type. You know, you're always playing kind of 100 bigs buy and deep. You're able to kind of focus on the mechanics of the game and how you want to play your strategy and building ranges, all those kind of things that give you a really good skill set to kind of move into other game types. What's up, Robert Duran? Thank you, sir. I would try to run it up. So let's check on this $500. I think there's like a 500 main. That's not it. 75 in the weekly MTT though, that's pretty sweet. Let's get that number continuing. I'll probably skip this 5K. I've never played that before. I hear it's reasonable, but some 20-person 5K is not all that exciting to me. Goncalo says, bankroll management had been a big fail in my case. It's hard, man. It's really, really hard. Like, I mean, I would not be playing poker today if it wasn't for Jonathan Little, because when I moved up 200 now, I had a 30K bankroll, and I was laying on the couch with my dad, hanging out, and playing 10-20, two-tabling, and I, within 4 days, scorched the entire bankroll. I really just wanted to, like, I mean, 30K, it felt like play money, you know, and like I wanted it to be $1 million so fast and 100K so fast. And at that point, I told Jonathan, I was like, I'm gonna go get a job, man. This isn't for me. I just scorched it. I'm upset. I'm low energy. I'm not in a good mindset. And really, if it wasn't for him kind of helping me through that experience and helping me get back into a place where I was focused on the right things, focused on the process, just trying to get better and improve, it would have been my detriment as well. So I just encourage you to keep going, man. Keep trying to be better every day, and keep trying to improve at the bankroll management and in the discipline and the poker business side. Like all that stuff needs a lot of attention. Okay, so we have this 500 that will hop in. We're playing 200 is the big blind. Looks like it's 20K average, so it's 100 bigs. Everything seems to be going fine with the stream, so I feel comfortable adding some tables. Let me know if audio or anything else is not as good. 5-card Grease says, what do you think about the theory that poker coaches or training sites show the casual player how to play so the pros get to shape the game? It's a bit cynical but logical. I just don't think that there's really any merit to that being a strategy. That there's not enough money in poker coaching, and there's not enough money. Like you'd have to give off all this bad input and then hope that some of these people are still playing in your games. They're like, you know, like when you start learning about poker and like getting better and better, you get to kind of fluff out like what's good material and what's bad material. Especially with like solvers and whatnot, you can kind of get you can see if someone's like FOS a bit more often and a bit easier now. And that's why I love all the stuff we do at PokerCoaching.com, because it's like we really are working together, collaborating, and trying to build good ways to learn the game from scratch, right? Not taking somebody that's like quite good at poker and helping them become the best in the world, which PokerCoaching has certainly done that for some, and Jonathan Little's done that for some, like myself. Not that I'm the best in the world, but I'm playing high stakes, and he definitely helped me through that process. But yeah, there's no real benefit into that. The benefit of poker coaching is to, um, give a lot of value to a lot of students to help them make money and make the poker coaching be a positive ROI experience. That no poker coaching that I would know that would ever be like, oh, I'm going to give bad material so this guy goes and loses and maybe I'll scoop up a little bit of the money. It's so much better for the coach and the player if the player gets good at poker and is winning and then pays for more coaching and things like that, right? So just economically, I don't think it would make much sense. Albert says, do I think microsticks tournaments or online cash is better for building a bankroll? To me, online cash, but I'm sure I'm maybe a little bit biased because that was kind of the path I took. I think that online cash has the same, the same stack size. You're always playing 100 bigs. It has, you get to set your own hours, so you can play and work and do other things. You can play for 4 hours and study and make sure it's intense. You don't have to spend hours on end. I mean, when you're playing really small stakes tournaments, your hourly is really rough. But because a lot of these small stakes tournaments you're playing for a 12-hour time allotment, right? In a $10 tournament or something. So, to me, online cash is much better. And then I think to me it's online cash, move to live cash, or move up stakes and online cash pretty aggressively. And then if you have the tournament bug or you want to go, then you go back to small stakes online tournaments and then into live tournaments. And I think that is kind of the strategy that makes the most sense for the most people. Online is just so nice because you just get the data. And even myself, I mean, I was going through a bit of a bad run after EPT Barcelona, and I was like, okay, I need to get back online and just see data. And I didn't play a ton, but I played 20,000 hands, and you start to see your win rate, and you start to see, a couple spots for improvement, and it can kind of give you that confidence again of like, okay, look, like, I'm playing well. Globally, my strategy is quite good. I have plenty of areas I need to improve, and I need to improve on that as fast as possible. But there's no need for me to like try to make huge changes to my game that just because you're losing or whatnot, right? Because of the variance. So to me, that's the order I would go on. Let's hop in this 500. I want to play some more cards. So I'll put this one on the side and I will bring it into the screen. Let me size it the same at least so at least when I drag it looks good. Is that reasonable? Alright, that way I can drag it in, see it a bit better. Spagoli said, I needed to hear that. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, man. Let me know, guys. I'm I'll be playing for a few hours, but we're not playing a ton. And I want to talk through my strategies and anything I can do to help you guys approach learning poker better, playing poker better, etc. Like I want to do my absolute best to be a resource for you all today. I had so many people help me throughout my career, and then I think that really, I think humans like to build things. We like to work for 10 hours and see 10 hours of output, and you don't really get that in poker. You can work for 10 hours or you can work for 100 hours. You can study so hard, and you can go play a live tournament series and you play 2 weeks, but really you play 12 tournaments. And there's just such a little amount of correlation in that short-term variance. So yeah, I like having these conversations, and I think that feeling strong about that can really help you have sustainability, longevity, and move up stakes faster, keep a good mindset longer, etc. Being good at poker is like maybe 65% of it in the long term, 70% of it in the long term. But you can be very good at poker and just have awful life decisions and not be disciplined and not continue to improve. The game passes you by, etc. Playing a little hijack versus small blind at 80 bigs here. We get this ace king 2. Maybe this is a little bit small. We're just going to be piling money here. When I turn equity like this, I'm unblocking queen jack. I have the 10, but I don't have like 2 blockers to it. So if I go 14, I need to go a little bit bigger. Maybe just a cool 20. We are going to have an interesting decision across some rivers here with our hand. Okay. So I have 4-5 and I have lower cards. Hearts is Hearts that bad? Yeah, I mean Hearts is not great because like King 9, King 10, Ace 10 off is going to be one of his main call folds. I should probably roll here. I mean, I'm going to give this one up. Ace 8 of hearts. That one would have worked, I think. That's a tricky one. So that's a good one for me to mark and think about later. I feel pretty confident that my flop is common and my turn is pure or very close to pure. And then I think that river, maybe it's like a 50-50 spot. But when he has the 8 of hearts in his hand, I don't think he can be calling too much. The lower the hearts in my hand, the more I can go for it because I'm blocking less folds. Because he's gonna have suited kings though. But yeah, it's interesting one. Let me know what you guys think of that one. One thing I've been trying hard to work on is finding give ups, like proper give ups, and finding like reasonable mixes. Because I think it's easy to like have the 10 high there and just be like, okay, like I have 10 high on the river. I could have ace king. I could have aces. Like I'm all in. But I do think that we need to be a little sharper than that. It wouldn't surprise me if that hand does need to just always do it though. Interesting one. I'll look at that one. Okay, Spurs Short says, how do you know when to increase the number of tables you play? I think it's all about comfort. You need to get comfortable with you need to slowly increase it. So like I would push yourself, but when you increase your tables massively, you're really going to want to move down stakes typically. So like if you're playing 200 now and you're playing 4 tables, and you want to start playing 6 tables, this should probably mix. This is a bit big too, but it's fine. So when I'm choosing this size, my 6s are no longer really raising all that often. I need to have equity on the turn to barrel, which is going to be a hand like this. And I'm going to go for like a 13.5. Ace 8 here will defend. You can probably 3-bet a little bit too. So now we're targeting 7s through 10s, all of his heart draws, Ace 6, King 6, a queen that gets here with hearts is tricky. You know, if he just has like the Queen 8 of hearts, obviously can't have that this time, but yeah, Ace Queen high with a heart, 7s, darn. 7's no heart. That's what we're targeting. We will re-enter. And we're on break. Alright. So we gave our $500 to Bumbleclat. We missed the first bluff. Did he? I mean, I would have to assume he would fold, but maybe not. And then went for the second bluff, and he found a nice call with pocket 7. So reasonable from him. Those are two great hands that I'm looking forward to reviewing and studying later. Let me check the chat. Thank you guys so much for being patient with me here. So Brian says, basic problem is not getting enough volume. I don't trust a lot of the online sites, and I work full time, so getting live volume is tough. So I end up studying a ton and not playing a lot. Yeah, I think that's definitely a real thing I see that is common. It's tricky. It's really, really tricky because you have to think about like why it is you're playing, right? And like, are you playing for fun? Are you playing to make money? Are you playing to, all these things? And if you just love playing poker and you love getting better at poker, studying a ton and playing not that often is okay, as long as your expectations align with that, and you kind of understand that you are going to be going. Your short-term variance is a lot longer, right? Like, if you play 4 tournaments a month live, that's not very many, right? So I mean, that's how much a typical player will play on a Sunday online, maybe even below that. So as long as you have that kind of in your expectations and understandings, you can kind of pick which tournaments you want to play more and play higher value tournaments and do your best to have the highest ROI you can in those tournaments, because having a high ROI will mitigate that variance, but you're never going to like grind through it, right? So I think that's just really important about your expectations there. Robert says, I hear you talking about a lot of cash games. I spun it up, and now you're currently sticking to online MTTs. You believe there's a big edge. You're currently winning at 14 BB per 100, but you can't put that much volume. I have about 50K hands in my database in 5 months. Would you recommend switching over to micro stakes? I'm actually not that. So micro stakes cash. I mean, if you're winning at 14 BB per 100, you're really crushing whatever game you're playing. And 20K hands or 50K hands is like a plenty good enough sample if you're winning at 14 BB per 100 to like feel very confident that you're crushing those games. So yeah, if I had a win rate of 14 BB per 100 in any game over 50K hands, I'm not going to switch what I'm doing. The only thing I would be thinking is like when do I move up? How do I move up? What does that look like? But because like that's just such a massive win rate. So yeah, I mean, the only reason I would ever say switch to cash is like you're obviously crushing the games you're playing now, and if cash allows you to get more volume in because you don't have to sit and play a full tournament, that can be helpful. But definitely I would not. I mean, if I had that high of a win rate, I've only seen that high of a win rate at like medium and high stakes like a couple of times, a handful of players, so you're obviously playing quite well. So yeah, I would continue doing that. For you, is study just reviewing hands? How does one study without having a hand history to review? So I mean, like, it's an interesting question. Good question, Albert. So I think that people can get too caught up in studying hands, actually. Like, like these 2 hands I just played, right? I had 10-9 of hearts and 3-8 of hearts. And if all I want to do is figure out if I played this hand correctly, you can just go look it up and spend 3 minutes and see how big my mistake was, what the EV was, what my mixes should have been, etc. And that's not a great way to study, because that doesn't really help me play better in the future. And it's really more about like, okay, I'm playing a small blind range and I have the nut advantage, clearly, and I overbet the turn and I expect him to fold out. I mean, even ace 10 off might fold turn. So I want to gain more clarity on when I'm river bluffing after I overbet turn versus like a condensed tight, like it's not like the big blind where he just has like ace 4 off, right, and ace 7 off, and I have a ton of offsuit combos I'm targeting. So in that similar situation, what does my range look like? What's my thinnest value bet I can go for there, etc. Because like then it becomes this more of like an exploration, which I'm way more interested in than if I played this one hand well in a $500 tournament, or, you know, whatever it was. So I would say that it's less about hands and more about exploring ideas and trying to understand mechanics and why things are happening. So like the trigger I used there was, okay, the flop was ace king high versus small blind, and I have the nut advantage, and he still connects well with the board. So my initial trigger is that, okay, I want to play some checks here and I want to play some big bets. So I need to check that mechanic and see if that was a reasonable flop strategy that I was playing. And then the turn, I want to barrel with equity that unblocks most of his folding range, if possible. And so that's like queen jack off, jack 10 off. So like 2 high card hands without a heart, I probably would not barrel in that spot. And then lower cards like the 5-4 that has the straight draw, I think I probably would barrel some of those more. So it's all about using a hand to really try to like dive into the mechanics and make sure I'm approaching the spot correctly. That way when a similar spot comes up, I can play it better the next time, right? And it's less about, did I play this one hand correctly, and then good job or bad job, you know what I mean? It's not, I'm not playing for confidence, or I'm not studying for confidence, you know what I mean? Well, you are studying for confidence, but you know what I mean? For one specific hand, I'm not. So let's check in on the stage we're at here. So there's 90 left. I'm 20 of 90 with 55 paid here. So we need to keep that in mind, that as we're moving into the money, we need to be playing a bit different, a bit more aggressive here. I'm only covered by 2 players at the table, so I should open my button quite well. Now I'm covered by 3. Okay, so I need to be playing like quite tight and aggressive here, focusing on high cards, 3-betting a lot, not flatting all that much. We're playing a smaller ante when we're 6-handed as well, so I'm going to take a look at that. So other ways to study, Albert, are, you know, on Poker Coaching, there's a tournament masterclass. I love that. I think that's a great piece of content to study and really explore different ideas across the game. So definitely studying like videos, running hands and trying to explore it from a topic perspective. Streams, looking at live streams. Somebody says props with the question mark. If you have a game for me, I would be down to gamble, but I think it might be tough to stream and play props. Props is like when you're at the table and you're just like, all right, I get red, you get black. If there's more red cards on the flop, you owe me 100, or I get 100. If there's more black, you get 100 or whatever. That would be how I would think of props. So Michael Hickey. So would I have called in a spot? That's a good question. Okay, so a couple good questions. Let's play this 3-up pot first, and then I'll... My mouse is not cooperating, so I'm going to just play pure call here with ace-10 suited. Playing about 50 bigs deep. Easy fold here. How small does he have to go for us to continue here? 6 isn't going to be it. 4 would have been a little bit trickier, but I think that I continue plenty of offsuit cards, so like button cutoff, I'm happy to continue, obviously diamonds or any single club. I need 2 overcards, so any king queen. This one I don't think I need to fight with for the B33 size. Okay, so great questions, guys. Cool ABC said, when do you decide to go for the final barrel versus give up? And that is a tricky part of the game. So just some in general thoughts is, how is the river for my range? If the river is a good card for my range and I have a lot of value combos, I can be much more aggressive, and that allows me to bluff at a much higher frequency. Because like if my overall range wants to jam the river every time, well, I'm bluffing every time, right? And if my river is so bad for me and I only want to jam the river 40% of the time or 32% of the time, then I need to be very careful in which bluffs I'm choosing, because I have plenty of hands that need to give up on low EV rivers. So what would make me want to go for it on a river? Well, I really want to unblock their auto folds, because if you're unblocking your opponent's auto folds on the river, their range just has more folds. And if you're blocking those auto folds, it weights their range to have more value combos. And so you're just getting the fold, you're getting a fold less often when you're blocking auto folds. And so the typical ones in that spot, this is close. I think I just fold. Man raise off 15 from the hijack, king 3 off, nearing the money, small ante. Fold feels right to me. So the typical auto folds, like my 3-8 of hearts is a little bit tricky, because I'm blocking some very clear auto folds. Like if he just has ace-8 of hearts, ace-3 of hearts, king-8 of hearts, 8-7 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, like when he has 8-9 of hearts there on that river, if I'm remembering the board correctly, like if he has the missed flush draw 8 high, he is snap folding the river. And when I have that card in my hand, it weights him to have more calling hands in his range. So the number one thing I ask after the question of how good is this river for me, how often do I want to be jamming, is am I blocking the auto folds? And if the answer is not at all, like 0% blocking of auto folds, that's typically going to be one of your best bluffing candidates. So that even if you're only betting at 30% frequency, that might fit in there a bit more. Michael, I'm sorry, man. Give me a minute. I'm getting through all the questions. I'm gonna come to your criticisms. There's a lot of messages here, and I don't stream too often. So if you have criticism, I'm happy to hear all of them. Happy to go through them, but let me get through that one first. So you're saying that there's a lot of bots on online poker. House players paid by the company to play and start games, keep games going. You'd only play regulated sites, and I think that's I don't know the behind the scenes at sites. I'm a bit more aggro than that, but I think that's an okay mindset. If you never want to play on an offshore site ever, then that's up to you, and play all the regulated ones. It's tough for most people to do that. When I was playing a ton of online and playing 4,000 tournaments a year, I'm living in Vegas. I can't play that kind of volume and only be playing on the most regulated sites. And even the regulated sites, like, I'd way rather there be a crappy bot on some offshore program than like people colluding in small field high stakes. So it's a tricky thing that I think everybody has their own risk tolerance on. I don't personally have a good amount of info on how all these sites are. I trust CoinPoker. I think that the games are quite good. I trust it enough to play to put volume in on the site. I know a lot of a number of the people that work there, and I think that they're good guys. They're working hard and trying to make sure that the security and the tournament schedule and these things they're really listening to the players and whatnot. So I have a lot of respect for that. But yeah, it all comes down to your risk tolerance and that's okay. I still play the Venom on ACR. I still like that tournament. It's fun. I'm sure there's some shady stuff going on, but I still have confidence that I have a win rate in the tournament, and so I'm gonna keep playing. Soren says, would I have called in his spot? I think that's the pocket sevens. pretty tricky. I mean, sevens with a heart, I would for sure fold. I mean, he has a hand that's... I don't remember if he matched the jack. He has a hand that... I need to look at it again. A 7 with a backdoor flush draw block could be a problem because I could raise a hand like... It was Jack 6. I could raise 8-7 backdoor, 7-5 backdoor, you know, like high card heart with a 7 in my hand. You know, those types of hands, those would need to give up though more than my hand. So I think I would find a mix with the 7s there. Mostly fold if I'm just speaking off the top of my mind, but yeah, I need to really go look at that spot again. Mike Stano says, I've been on ACR for 2 months. The first night I won some money in cash at a table of full Russians. Then I got a bubble asking me to join a table after I left. Do you think it's possible for someone? I'm not sure what you're asking there, Mike. Is it possible for somebody to win? I think that yes. There's still very clear win rates across online mid-stakes. Like SharkScope still is tracking things. I have plenty of friends that are still putting in volume online that are winning a lot at the mid-stakes. So I think that win rates are definitely still there, data-wise. But I'm honestly not in those games like grinding a ton and like, you know, playing a million hands or something like that in a year. So I'm not really the right person with that kind of knowledge anymore. Demetrios Papadatos, great name, wonderful name. Regular cash. So Zoom can be good. I like playing Zoom every once in a while because you get so many hands in, and that's awesome, obviously. But win rates in Zoom are much lower. Fish lose their money a lot faster in Zoom. If you're beating Zoom for like 3BB, you're crushing the game. Whereas in ring games, you can beat it for much higher. So yeah, Zoom can be a good way to practice and get a lot of hands in, but it is not a game I would be playing to build a bankroll all that much. Jonathan Brazow, what's up, man? How you doing? MFY says, how hard is it to make 2,000 euros per month in poker by playing cash games? That really depends on your skill set. There's plenty of very good players making that and well over that. So how hard is it? It depends on where you're starting. If you're starting from scratch, it's going to take a while. The way that I think that poker works is like, in terms of like win rates, is that you have to like, you work very hard to get very good at poker, and you get to like a break-even point, and then you're breaking even, and then all of a sudden things start to really click, and your graph just starts to like shoot straight up, and that's how kind of myself and a number of friends' graphs looked. And I don't have like mass data on this, but it feels right to me where like you can become break-even quite quickly, but it takes a long time for you to like really click, like with the strategies, like have these light bulb moments where it's like, okay, I'm really understanding the game at a deep level, and I'm able to execute, I'm putting in volume properly, I'm playing my A game more often, and then right when it clicks, your graph just kind of can fly. And so that's kind of how I think about win rates, is that you go through a long period of break even until you're really ready to generate a good win rate. But getting to break even is not that hard. You know, so you can get to break even quite quickly. You stay for a long time, and then if you have the ability and the work ethic and all those things to generate a solid win rate over a sample, then the graph just starts to move, and then it just kind of stays on the slope for a while. Because you have to think about what a graph looks like at 0 compared to like 5. You know, if you just put a 5% win rate on a graph and you play 2,000 tournaments, like it becomes beautiful. You know, and it's just like the straight line up printing money. And so that's how I feel about that. What's the best way to improve? So I mean, I've worked with PokerCoaching since 2017. Jonathan gave me an internship there, and I've been kind of involved in the content ever since. So like to me, the learning paths and the courses of PokerCoaching are like such an amazing way to go from a new player to quite good, and to quite good like in the mid stakes, and really able to kind of push into that. And so I would say like for tournament, the tournament masterclass, if you start with like we have a master the fundamentals free course. Take that, go through it, make sure your fundamentals are good. You understand equity, EV, equity realization, pot odds, like just these basic core principles of poker that you kind of need. And then from there, pick either cash game or tournament and go through the masterclass. And that really walks you through pre-flop, flop, turn, river, bankroll. I mean, the amount of effort and hours that went into those courses is incredibly large. Like we had a team of 5 people working on that for months. Obviously, Jonathan at the head, really putting in time, making sure that we're building good flow charts. We're building good kind of like logical processes of how to approach things. So like we have a river bluffing flow chart, and it's like, okay, how should you be thinking about bluffing on the river? It's kind of like what I talked about, where it's like, okay, well, how good is the river for me? Do I block auto folds? Is my line believable for value? Would I play a lot of value hands this way? So like breaking it down into logical and thoughtful strategies, I think is very important for people, because like jumping into solvers and things like this is just not really the best way to try to learn. Like you really do need to start with the fundamentals, and just try to have a strong understanding of game theory before you get into these things. Because like if you look at a chart, anybody can be like, oh, sevens jams. But if you don't understand why that's happening, you're just going to be misapplying it in so many different directions. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that. If I were you, I would, that's what I would do. I would take in all the free content I could. I would join poker coaching, go through a masterclass, and just take notes throughout the entire thing. Ask questions, get involved in the Discord. Poker coaching Discord has study sessions for tournaments 3 times a week. That's community led with a lot of good players that are playing full time. At all levels, and they're open to letting anybody in. Like it's a public thing, So that's the approach I would take, and I would just try to learn as much as I possibly could from every single player that's better than me, and put my ego to the side and just learn as much as possible, really. Okay, so we're covered here. I'm going to continue this, but we're 9 off the money. 20 bigs, 9 off the money, 3. Wow, this is actually quite close. I was going to pure continue. I'm in 40 of 55. This moved fast. I mean, this is tight. This is tight, but I think it makes sense. Getting to play in position is really nice. I mean, I swear I had more big blinds. The blinds must have moved up a bit. If he covered me, it's like 40-30, 40-26. Like I have more room to navigate all that stuff. My positional advantage is a bit bigger. The deeper stacked you are, the more important position is. Because obviously, if you have like 5 big blinds, then playing out of position that doesn't really matter. You're going to get to realize your equity when you flop equity for the most part. Whereas if you're like 80 bigs deep, you're going to have a hard time realizing your equity. What site did I play on coming up? Mostly Ignition and ACR and Global Poker. Those were my 3 that I could play from Ohio. Global is a sweepstakes site. The other 2 are offshore sites. But yeah, my first 25-0 was all on Ignition. I played up until about 200-0. And once I rebuilt the bankroll after dusting it, I moved to Vegas and start of 2019 and started playing the WSP site and live cash. And then COVID happened. I moved to live tournaments in early 2020. I actually spiked a 109 on ACR for like 55K. That was sick. I mean, that was the most buy-ins I'll probably ever win in poker. It was in the, whatever their big Sunday 109 is. But that was sick. So I was like trying to learn tournaments. I moved back down a little bit, try to play a smaller stakes. Like 109 was a average buy-in for me probably, and that was the start of 2020. And then I went to Mexico and played the GG stuff during COVID. Lost a chunk there. I wasn't playing like the big stuff, but like there were just a lot of amazing 1Ks and 2Ks and things, 500s, 200s, etc. I was playing like a 400 ABI at that point. And then 2021 came around and I started to move into live poker. And then since 2021, my focus has been mostly live and then big local online stuff. So Jay Mink says, thanks for doing this. Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for being here. I tried to find the PokerCoaching tournament on CoinPoker. I'll post the link. So you need to sign up through the PokerCoaching link to join the tournament. And if there's issues with it, you can email support@pokercoaching.com support@pokercoaching.com. I think you email PokerCoaching, not CoinPoker, but I'm not positive on that. But if they'll send you the right direction. So if you're having issues with it, email support@pokercoaching.com, and those guys will get you the info. Let me pull that up again because that's coming up. We have 90 people in right now. It is a $1 tournament with $1,000 added to the prize pool. So it's a $1 tournament with currently 90 entries, some familiar names in there. Athenian, Ascension, what's up, guys? I'm sure plenty of others that I'll know as we get started. And so the prize pool now is 1,090 because we have 90 entrants in. $1,000 is added to the prize pool. Super amazing value for building your bankroll. Amazing spot to build your bankroll. Okay, so we're still at 64 left, so we're still 9. Not that there would really be anything to do here besides raise, but if we were like, no, I'm just raising here. If I'm like 1 over and I have a little less chips, jamming can become an option at really high ICM pressures, but with this setup, it doesn't really make sense. I kind of just want to take on variance here versus anybody that jams. This is close. It's nice that the big stack is there, but I'm opening into a bigger stack. If these two stacks were flipped, I think I would open. When you're in like ICM consideration spots, and I actually had this at that recent Triton FT I played in Jeju, you really want the big stacks that cover you to not be in positions that can VPIP a lot. Like that is just a concept that is really important to note. And so like I would never think about it if this big stack is on the button. I also wouldn't think about it if the biggest stack is in the big blind. And that's kind of why I folded, is because this guy covers me. But like if you imagine that 31 is here and 45 is there, and then I cover the button, small blind, big blind, now all of a sudden it's like, well, I'm opening into 6 other ranges. Like these big stacks can't really punish me like U7 versus, or low jack versus U7. And so it allows you to be more aggressive in those kind of spots, because they have to worry about all the ranges behind too. They can't VPIP as much. So that's kind of a common theme that I think is important to think about. So 63, 55 are in the money. So 8 off, easy fold here. Okay, so Robert says your ABI is 2. You try to take shots at 10, but you don't like to increase. I don't like to see my bankroll decrease that much that quickly. I do believe in slow and steady. That's great. 100 buy-in for the stakes I'm playing at. I've won a couple $10, which is why my bankroll increased, but my ROI naturally decreases moving up at first. What advice would you give someone who's hesitant to move up due to bankroll management concerns or fears? That is a great question. Very, very good question. And I'm going to think about that for a second. So the one thing I will say is that you want to be aggressive when the buy-ins are low. So obviously if you were playing, like if you 10x these numbers, you want to have more of a bankroll. But even for myself, right, it's not I don't need to bring it to live poker. Essentially what happens is you have such a clear win rate at the $2 tournaments, okay? And so if you play a number of $10 tournaments, it doesn't really matter, because your win rate is so high in the 2s, you're going to make it back. And so it allows you to be more aggressive in those moments. So in the best $10 tournaments, you should absolutely play and then rebuild. So what you don't want to do is, like what people commonly do is they play a $10, they min cash a couple, they lose some buy-ins, but now they think to themselves, oh, I'm a $10 player. And now you're playing properly, not properly bankrolled. But if you're playing a small stakes schedule, and then you're playing a $10 3 times a week or whatever, and you're able to adjust and move down aggressively if needed to rebuild, and you have this very clear 14 BB per 100 win rate, then you do want to be aggressive. You don't need 100 buy-ins at $10 tournaments to move up. Maybe you do to make that your ABI, but to play them you don't need it because you have this money tree that's sitting there. And so that was how I approached it. It was like I knew that 200 now I had a money tree. So I could be way more aggressive in tournaments because if I lost 10K and I need to make it back, I just go sit at my computer and in a month I'm going to have it. You know what I mean? So it's like when you have a clear win rate in a game, it allows you to be more aggressive. And when you're playing small stakes, you should be the most aggressive because you want to get out of them quickly. You want to move up quickly. And so you are going to have to kind of push through that fear of like, you don't like to see your account decrease in units of 5 essentially, right? Because it's $10 versus $2. But you just need to be thoughtful of the fact that if you have 100 buy-ins at 2, it's only a 5% shot, right? And so you should constantly be taking 5% shots of your bankroll when you're in the small stakes because you need to get out of it quick. You need to try to get up to 10 when you have that win rate. Like you have such a high win rate, you know what I mean? Like win rates are not going to be that much different if you play $5 ABI, right? And so you want to do your absolute best to get to $5 ABI as fast as possible, and so on and so on. Okay, Jacko Spade says, I want to play on CoinPoker, but I don't know how to do crypto wallets to safely transfer the money. I can use Robinhood to buy Bitcoin, but I don't know where to send it before sending it to the site. I probably should do some sort of clarification that I am not vouching or backing any strategies. I'm going to just tell you what I do. And what I will do in this for CoinPoker sites or for crypto sites, as I have the nuts here, we have to go for check raise here, right? Check jam. He should come back alive with an ace. Check raise, not the play when he has a quick check back. He bet into 2 people on the flop, so it's multi-way. I could bet to target a jack, though, and an ace. I think mixing big and check is totally fine there. Okay, so crypto. So I just send it directly to the sites from any exchange. So I use CoinPoker, or I use Coinbase to send to CoinPoker. This is not financial advice. That's just what I do. I buy crypto, or if I have crypto there, I hold it, or I transfer it into an exchange, and I send it directly from an exchange to CoinPoker in the deposit section of CoinPoker. So that is that's what I do. And I've always found that to be quite easy and straightforward. Gluon says, should you study GTO first or exploitative first? I think that it's a pretty big misconception that like these two things are just constantly at odds and you have to pick one or have a style or whatever. It's like you need to know the fundamentals of the game, and that's going to be fundamental. Wow, this is close. 5 off the money. The big stack sizes up to 3 bigs, and I have 12 with 10-9 suited and a small ante. What do we think here? Is this just like crazy tight to fold? It is, right? Seems too tight. Not even that small of a min cash either. Do we rip it? I think we call. I mean, I have so much equity. Queen and heart. It's actually kind of a good bet size from him. We are 3 off the money, so holding on to chips is extremely useful. And I can hold on to 4 bigs. We're going to call and try to hit. Do we ever... No, we do never bluff. We actually win here sometimes. Now the river really sucks if he jams. We actually win here, like, a lot. And we're getting insane odds. Oh my god, these last 4 bigs are worth so much for us. And we're gonna get the button with 4 bigs. I sized up pre... I mean, like, I have to call here, right? Like... 58, 53... So we're gonna go down to 20k in chips. So we'll be one of the shortest. 3 off. Show the bluff, please. I think I need to call that. That's just crazy tight. Weird spot. I actually thought I had 41 seconds. I shouldn't have used my entire time bank. I did take forever. What do you guys think? Let me know on that. Let me know on that. Do we need to squeak into the money? I'm playing a $200 tournament. I probably should just put it on the... I could have folded pre. I could have stuck it on the flop. I don't think I can fold turn. But I definitely could have called river. And now I still might just... I mean, I'm still like at high risk to bowl, but I do get this button, which is quite useful. Let me know on that one, guys. That was a tricky spot that I do not know what to do. Okay, so glue on. In terms of GTO versus exploit, you need to learn the fundamentals, and the fundamentals are game theory based. But it's not like this GTO. You know, you're not like learning charts. You're learning like, okay, when I pot the river, I need to have 2 combos of value for every 1 combo of bluff on the river, because that's how you structure a good range to make your opponent indifferent. So like if you don't know that, or you don't have like that foundation, GTO and exploit, none of it matters, because like exploitative play, a good exploitative play is like, okay, this guy has too high of a bluffing frequency here on the river, so I call the deck, right? Or he's not bluffing enough on the river. He needs 1 for every 3 hands to be a bluff here, and I don't think he's going to do that. So we're 2 off the money with queen 8 suited. Oh my god, I have no time bank. Oh my god. I wanted to put that one in, I think. Oh, that one's silly. Oh, ooh, okay. I need to be more conscious of that. Although if he's jamming 18, I'm probably getting called by a strong range, so maybe we got lucky. So we have 1, 2 more hands where we just pay the ante, and then we lose 12-5. So I have like 4 hands left, and I'm clear shortest, not clear shortest, but I mean, obviously this is worse than queen 8. We're 56. Okay, now I'm folding. Now I'm trying to sneak in. We're 1 single person off the money. You guys have to let me know what you think about that. I have no idea what I mean, the river fold's kind of crazy. Like, I'm just getting such an insane price, and it's so easy for him to just jam with whatever, and he can just have so much air. But yeah, he raised a 3 big blinds pre, which doesn't really make sense. He's covering everybody by so much. He just wants to use a small size. So yeah, let me know what you think about pre-flop there. flop, turn, and river. I'll appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Brian. I'm really glad you liked. I made a section of our tournament domination course. So like the way it works on poker coaching, you have your fundamentals sections, and then you have the masterclass, and that's like the big course. And then after the masterclass, we have advanced content. And so you have the tournament masterclass, followed by the advanced tournament course, which has content from Brock Wilson, myself, Chris Brewer, David Peters, Shannon Shore, Aram Zobian. Like there's so many. I mean, I could go on. There's 20 amazing coaches on the site. But that's kind of the flow. You start with the fundamentals. You go into the masterclass, which is like this amazing base. Then you go to the advanced tournament course and then tournament domination course, which are two advanced courses. So yeah, I'm really, really glad you enjoyed that. Robert says PC's been amazing. You went through the masterclass and you're halfway through tournament domination. So glad you're liking it. JP Marshmallow, we talked about this a bit earlier. Cash a tournament to build a bankroll. For me, it's going to be small stakes online cash. I think that's a great way to build a bankroll. You don't have to deal with as much variance. You get to play your own hours, same stack depth, etc. So that'd be my preference, but there's plenty of people that have done it the other way. So catching up on chat. We're opening the king 10 here. 35 bigs. We're just playing for chips. Queen 8 3. If the 3 is a little bit more connected, I'm going to size up a bit more. I can still size up a bit, but not as big. So we're going to go with like kind of this size here. If it's, you know, the more disconnected the board, the more I'm just happy going small, even if it's queen high. And then like Queen 8-5 rainbow, I think is like probably we have some small bets maybe, but mostly just pot or check. So using bigger sizes, the more kind of more connected the board is, and the more that I want to really just push my nut advantage and not my range advantage. So that's kind of how I think about flops, is like, where is my advantage in what portion of my range? If we play like a King 7 deuce rainbow, I just have this big equity advantage, so I just want to go with a small bet with my range. As the board gets equities run closer, I don't really have the desire to just like bet everything small. All right, we're in the money, but with like a sad face, you know. Happy. Fold pre is the play. That's probably just fair. 10-9 suited though. Come on, the guy's raising 3. We can stack him. Or double up. I really do not want to time out here. We need a 9 and a 10. GG's. A little sad there. A little sad. Congratulations, you finished in 55th place and won 373. That, my friends, does not pay the bills. But it was fun, and there were some interesting spots there. So this guy wasn't there, so that was a cutoff versus small blind throughout pot. Maybe I need to fight on the turn, but he sized up, so I assume I'm going to fold a lot of things. And then obviously my 9 with no heart there is just not going to be as good of a continue as like... It's better than pairs, obviously. But on ace-9x, it's not like I'm... Maybe, I am floating... Like, I'd rather have a single heart, a single high heart, like king-queen off with a heart. I'm obviously going to continue all my single heart hands. But that's another one I'm gonna mark and see if I need to. I think that my natural inclination, the way that I naturally play a bit, is I fight a little too hard for pots. So I think if I think it's probably close, it's probably just a kind of clean fold, and that is that. So we have 20 minutes till the start of the, what do they call it? I mean, it's the PokerCoaching $1 tournament with $1,000 added, but there's the Big Bang. The $1 Big Bang is coming up in 20 minutes. That is going to be a good time. Let me pull it up, see how many people we got in there. I've posted the link, but let me post it again. If you want to hop in this tournament, it's a $1 tournament with $1,000 added. And actually, I kind of had forgotten until right now, but we also have our cash game meetup starting in 20 minutes. I need to go look over there. I think it's 50 cent $1. I don't see it. It's got to be in here, though. I think it's 50 cent $1. Here we go. Sweet. So we also will start our cash game meetup. I'm pulling over the wrong screens. Which is a 50 cent $1 game. And so I will hop in there. If you want to play this game, you need to be a PokerCoaching player, and then there is a link that I will post that's like cash game meetup or something like that. Gonna fold here. Yeah, fold pre from a lot of players. I think. Yeah. I'll run it just for fun. Not that I play a ton of. I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, he's sizing up from. I mean, he has a big stack. What's the play here? We're small ante, so there's less incentive to jam. Jam is still probably fine, but I can just flat and play the button, I think. It's not an amazing board for this player, although they might have Jack 10-0 opening the low jack. These are spots multi-way where where we need to have a quite high bet frequency, I believe. Now we can play check. Or is our hand just good enough? Our hand is good enough at 1.6 SPR, probably. You know what we do? We just go small again. We don't need to go like Geo in this spot. Just go small with the mono board. What do you guys think here? I mean, okay, we have 49 seconds. Okay, so now I'm getting it. Even though it says 49 over here, it only changes over here. I was kind of thinking that when it says it there, I have it. Kind of a bad river. I think I can stack him a lot there, actually. I'm just some brick deuce or whatever. Yeah, Royal Beagle says great strategy. I'm not so sure. I need to look at that one. Maybe I'll make a strategy video over that hand, because that was just that was tough. I mean, that was a tough spot times 4. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I'm not sure. Fold pre is definitely at least okay, but the chip leader that's raising the 3 big blinds when he doesn't really have a reason to go bigger, kind of think I can gain some edge post. But maybe not in that spot. Maybe it's not the right spot because he's putting too much money in. I'm not going to realize, etc. So, okay, we'll deal with that one later. Somebody said, oh, Royal Beagle says, that's a great strategy, but you should use more of your time bank if they don't have hand for hand. That is a strategy that's become quite common, and it is if you are absolutely trying to make every single dollar possible, you should stall nearing the money. But I do not want to be playing that way. I don't think it's good for the game. I think it makes games awful. It gives credit to people just maxing and stalling, trying to make the money. So like, I'm happy to give up a little bit of value, to not encourage other people to. Because if I do that on stream, other people might be more willing to do that, etc. So I want to do everything I can to have that not be a part of the WSOP 5K that runs and everybody is just like 20 off the money and you're playing 8 hands an hour because everybody's just playing lightning slow. Now they're doing time banks more and they're trying to fight hard against it, but like in general, I don't know. I mean, you're definitely winning value in my spot, right? When you have like 20 bigs, 4 off the money and there's no hand for hand. Like that's a clear spot where I'm winning money. But I think that a lot of people perhaps overdo it a bit and don't realize that like, you know, there's also a lot of benefit if you're a mid stack to play more hands. If you have an edge on the table, the more hands you play, the bigger your edge is. And so you're it's not just like zero. You know, you're giving up the ability to make money by playing more hands, because every hand that's dealt you will be making money even if you're like a mid stack in that kind of spot, because you're gonna just play hands better. Yeah, Mike Stanto says you'd love some feedback after the tournament. Absolutely, you can message me on Discord, in the PokerCoaching Discord. Feel free to message it either in the tournament chat where you can post hands or just to me directly, and I'm super happy to go over anybody's hands if they hop in and play. Let's check. So there's actually $100 tournament. I'll hop in. I'll just max late reg that one. There's 45 minutes left there. Easy fold. This 500, I really wanna be doing better. I'd love to build a stack in this one and try to go deep. It's a fun tournament. We'll get like 20k up top, something like that. And then there's a $200. I'll max late reg this one. And then the big one that is coming up is the Big Bang, the PokerCoaching Invitational. 114 people signed up. $1,000 added prize pool. Pretty sick, and I am very excited for that one. I think there's a rebuys allowed too. Maybe like 75 minutes of rebuys, looks like. MFY says, is it normal that I don't learn poker much, but I win in cash games regularly? I play in L5. I made 230% in a week from the initial deposit. Is there any explanation? Well, I mean, the game of poker has infinite variance. So like if you have no idea what beats what, and you play 100 hands of poker, and you just like kind of play crazy and do whatever you want, like maybe 35% of the time you win or something, right? So there's a ton of variance, and that if you've never studied and never played, and you probably don't have a long-term win rate in the game. I'm not a huge believer in just supernatural talent, but if you play enough hands, you'll find out, you know. So I would recommend that if you ran hot early on in your cash games, be thankful for that, and be thankful that you ran hot, and then be like, okay, well, I actually I've played all these hands. Like, maybe I should review them. Maybe I should look through and see if I'm playing them well, and what I can do to play a better strategy. And then, use that run hot to kind of keep pushing and keep going. Gustavo says, hey Justin, how many tables is your maximum that you start to lose focus? Nowadays, I am very out of practice, I would say. When I was playing online tournaments, I could play 12, and that would be an okay... so the truth is that you lose focus every table you add on. It's just about how much you lose. And maybe that's not true from like 1 to 2, but like from 4 to 8, even great players that are 8 tabling all the time are giving up some amount of ROI to go from 4 to 8. It's very rare to like play better at 8 tables when you're just trying to do more things or more distracted or whatnot. So I think right now I'm very comfortable with 4 tables. If I was playing high stakes, because I'm not playing online that much, I would probably not play more than 6 tables. I assume that I would truly lose my focus at 8 into a place where like it would heavily affect my win rate if I was playing real stakes, not real stakes, like higher stakes games. But like when I was playing online a lot, yeah, 12 was super comfortable. 14, you could have multiple monitors and like put your smallest buy-ins that you're max at regging kind of on the side, and if you spin it, you move it. You're color coding quite well to understand what tournament stage you're in, and just trying to do your best to know if you're nearing the money in a tournament or whatnot. But really, that's like a mass multi-tabling thing because yeah, it would be unwise to be playing like a 10K, a 5K, a 2K, and then have like 8 tables of $200 tournaments, right? Like it's not a smart way to do it. Someone says, yo, Charlie Carroll's on this table. Let me know which one's Charlie. I can go either way here. Playing low jack versus big. Let's check this time. We have a very clear call here. The 9 is not a great river for us, for our hand. I would hero off a good amount, but we're not blocking a single bluff. Okay, so we match the suited 3s. That's good. We don't block bluffs. I'm like queen with a 10 of clubs feels pretty rough to take this line. 4-5 off, 5-6 off. Clubs getting there is painful. I think at this point I just call with a club. It feels very bluffy to me when they play like this though. Like pretty quick bet, pretty quick river jam. Yeah, my intuition is like kind of tells me it's a little bluffy, but I can't trust my intuition that much when I'm it's not strong in the online mid stakes kind of games at the moment. So interesting one there. Let me know what you guys think on that. In Me Down says, I have terrible luck. How could I ever be good at poker? Yeah, that's gonna be a soul searching question. Yeah, don't have any advice if you're bad at luck. I would say that I can go through the spurt of volume will cure the variance, all that stuff, but it sounds like with the way you asked it that you're pretty dead set that you have some bad luck. So if you actually know 100% that you are not lucky, you should never gamble or play poker. Like if you are going to run a bottom 10%, no matter how much volume you play, don't play. That is the best advice I could give you. If you get to a point where you're like, okay, maybe this isn't luck, maybe I should improve, maybe I should learn. If that becomes a possibility for you, then I'll have some different advice for you. Snip says, thanks for the Will Tipton and Michael Acevedo book recommendations. They were amazing reads and so on. I'm so glad you liked them, man. Yeah, congrats for going through that. That's I don't remember the last time I streamed was, but you must have kind of powered through those pretty quick. That's impressive. Those are some thick books. Any other ones that I have? I mean, those are kind of the gold standard game theory books, you know, the Will Tipton. Did you read both the Will Tipton books? So his first one's just on rivers, and then the second one is like how equities change. So it's more early street play, I believe, is how he phrases it. So if you haven't read the second Will Tipton book, that's a good read as well. But yeah, there's not another book that really comes to mind. Yeah, in terms of game theory, I don't have any others. In terms of just normal poker, like Jonathan Little's books are amazing. I read 8 of those probably, you know. I would look at the most recent Jonathan Little book, and those can be really fun. I think he has like Secrets of Professional Tournament Poker. I had friends, and we would go through that book and just like mark through all the quizzes, right through all the book, like learn how Jonathan was trying to play these spots. Like, and I'm not going to name the names, but like I know a number of people that have done that and now play high stakes poker. You know, so like I think that there's definitely a lot of merit in that, which is pretty cool. Definitely pretty cool. I am bluff is Charlie. Okay. If Charlie was Siema, I probably should call. I think he's probably one to attack a capture range in his day or two. Cheryl. That's Charlie Carroll. I put it together. Charlie C. Okay. Thank you. We can play some very exciting 15 big blind poker. The $1 PokerCoaching Invitational, the Big Bang, is beginning in 1 minute. I'm also going to hop in the cash game meetup. So let me find that one. And anybody that wants to come sit there, the link is in the description. Okay, so here's the $1. That'll be our main event today. Unless I FT the 500, then hard to compete with that one. And I'm going to sit in this one. And the password, I need to find the password. I guess I posted the wrong link. Okay. Let me find the right link so that we can get the password and we'll hop in the cash game. Tournament is beginning. $1,000 added. Some really sick value there. And now I'll hop in this meetup game. Let's see if the PokerCoaching guys have the link. Oh, it's meetup game. Okay. So I'm going to post that link now. Okay, and the password, which I now have, is JL Poker Coaching. So I am sitting there now in a 50-cent $1 if anybody wants to battle. Hopefully we get some poker coaching guys hopping in that one. I'm going to move the invitational. Should we fire it off? You guys let me know. You want me to play well in the $1? Or should I be trying to fire it off and build a humongous stack? I've won this tournament before. I won the free, when it was a free roll, pure free roll, I won it for like $400, something like that. 800 person tournament, that was sick. And a lot of fun. So let's try to do that again. There should be some maxing tournaments as well. Let me see what's going on here. I have queens in the 500. We like that. We like that a lot. Okay, so 7 minutes to max the 200. 30 minutes to max the 100. Okay. So I'll try to remember that. If I miss it, I'm not gonna... No big deal there. Chris Jr., what's up, man? See you on the final table. Chris Jr. got second last year in the $1. Or not last year, maybe 2 weeks ago. Congratulations on that run, Chris. That was pretty sick. I hope you do that again. We're gonna call this. Let you know if something interesting happens. We have a clear check fold. 5-3-3 board. Good check check. Check check 6 is quite good. Something's now gonna happen. I'd much prefer to have a diamond, of course, but I think any low card 7 is gonna be pretty reasonable. I can definitely go small there. Smaller than my size. I think I can play a little, some big and some kind of bigger, or some, you know what I mean. And now we have a fun little value jam. We want him to have an ace-6. He trapped us. He trapped us in the 500 and got every chip. Ooh la la. How do I rebuy? Get me back in there. Get me back in there. What a player. What a player. He was literally like, I even said, I have an easy check fold. I guess he could check. He checks. I get the turn for me to put money in the pot. And then he stacks me. What a player. Alright, we're back in. Come on. We got the same table. Great news. You know the guys a little bit. Some guys sitting out in this one. How many players do we have? So we have 160 in this tournament. That's sick. So we have 1,158 is the prize pool. 230 for first in a $1 tournament for PokerCoaching users. That is sick. I love to see that. Dan Weaver, what is my biggest online score? My biggest online score... I won 2 bracelets online. It'll be my first one. That was a bigger field. I won a 5K online for like 260, 255. And then I won a 10K online for like 160 or something like that. So those are my 2 biggest online scores. I'm saying, hey, I have an 8. And good fold. Should a low stakes player that starts to struggle at 1-2 or 2-4 PLO try to build a bit more of a bankroll, adding tables, playing PLO 50, or keep battling and studying, trying to climb stakes? Same with no limit. That's a good question. So it depends if you're bankrolled, right? If you're in a spot that you need to build a bankroll, playing smaller and playing more tables and grinding is always going to be a better strategy in my mind. Yeah. Like if your goal is bankroll, if your goal is to move up, then it's kind of the back and forth, right? If when you want to win money, you go win money. Play the stake where you have clear win rate, and play more tables, play more volume, and print. And then when you take shots, play at the best times of the game, typically like weekend evenings, and play less tables and move up, and then get those stats, right? And so, but just be very flexible, right? Like earlier I was talking about how you really don't want to like be playing 500 in now, and then take a shot at 2K now, and then just be like, oh, well, I'm a 2K now player now. You know, I think a lot of people, especially early in their career, and myself, like, have these like ego issues a little bit, where like they start playing 5K live tournaments, like, yeah, I'm not going to play 2-5 live cash, like I'm a 5-10 player now, you know, and that's just so silly. Like, why would you ever limit? Like, why would you ever make this process harder for yourself? Like you want to be able to move between stakes very frequently, and I think that you're off to like that's a good plan, right? When you play bigger, limit your tables, play more focused, and then when it's time to grind, go grind that smaller game and play more tables. I think that is exactly the right way to approach it. Matthew L says, I made my first final table live yesterday. It was my second live tournament, so I was really happy. Congratulations, man. That's sweet. What city were you in? Where are you playing from? That's always a good feeling. I hope you had a great time with that. Snim says you read. That's so crazy. He says, I read about 6 hours a day since I have a ton of free time. I mean, dude, 6 hours a day. It doesn't matter how much free time you have. That's a real grind. I love that. It's sick though, right? I mean, it's just like, talk about fundamentals. I mean, game theory fundamentals, like those Will Tipton books. He said, man, you weren't kidding about Will Tipton's. It's more like a textbook, but wow, it had some eye-opening explanations on exploitation. Yeah, so that's kind of what, you know, it's exploitation and game theory. It's the same brain, you know, it's the same thought. You're trying to figure out what is the game theory mechanic that's happening, and then what do we do if somebody is putting money in the pot with a condensed range and they're putting in for big sizes, right? Like what do we do in that case? What do we do if somebody has a polar range and they don't put enough money in? I think that's a very common concept that happens on rivers, where the out of position player on the river is supposed to play like 3x or check, you know, 3x pot or check, and they play pot size bets. And people put it into a solver and they're like, oh, like he potted, like I get to jam for thin value. But the guy doesn't have a bigger size. So I call that capping their big size. So when people cap their big bet size, you have to be really careful raising. And so that's all like Will Tipton kind of principles. Darn, it sucks. We don't. Nobody's hopping in the cash game meetup. Let me text the guys. I was hoping to get some cash games running. Gustavo says, the other day you were watching a video that I did on probe betting. Really interesting spots, and it helped you a lot. Thanks so much. I'm glad I helped you. I think that's, yeah, I really like that topic. Yeah, it's, if you can get good at like building ranges on the fly and in the different nodes, turn C betting, turn probing, delayed turn bets, and like kind of just playing reasonable strategies that lead you to good sizing schemes, and you're like, okay, well, like that turn was bad for me, but I still have the nut advantage, so I want to bet infrequently and with a large size, or I had a great turn for me, so I can just bet at a very high frequency. And using those kind of concepts in turn probes, I think can just really help you so that you're in game playing pretty good strategies. Albert says, fire it off. Maybe I will. Nice, Chris. You want to join the cash game after you scoop? your dog Yoshi. Wonderful news. Davion's at the same table as me. What screen name are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Today, the main tournament is that we are streaming the PokerCoaching Invitational. 170 people currently in, and $1,000 added. So it's a $1 poker tournament with $1,000 added to the prize pool. Re-entries are available for another hour. We have an interesting one here in the 500. Pretty clear call, but it's a board where I expect a little bit bigger sizes, but we are shallow. So we're playing cutoff versus big blind at about 20. And he tank checked. I think I just have a pretty clear check or block. Yeah. You know, once again, like, I need to be careful with my intuition because I'm not playing these games that much, but two things intuitively happen there where, like, we're playing a $500 tournament, so I assume these guys are... There's some studying happening from most of these guys. Obviously, there's going to be some fun players and whatnot, but, like, even off 20 bigs, he chose a bit of a smaller size. And if people study, they're gonna know, like, imagine we're, like, 30 bigs there, and he chooses a small size. Well, like, it's a pretty clear, like, it's so easy to have king jack off and ace jack off and pocket queens and just pot. And so when they go small, my intuition kind of just like, maybe they're a little weaker here, right? More ace highs, more showdown type hands. So it's, that was a thought that popped in that I need to be a little careful about. I don't want to value that too much. Marshall McGill, do I live in Vegas? I do live in Vegas. I'm from Ohio originally, but I've been in Vegas for a little over 6 years now. Great city. Great city. We'll hop back over to the Invitational. So Mike, I'm gonna type in the cash game meetup. Just limp. I can definitely raise pre-some with this hand. Okay, I just posted the link, Mike. I don't have a club. I don't wrap, and he sized up. Alright, the meetup game looks like we're getting some players in. So meetup game, we are live. We're playing three-handed. It's a weird first hand. I get the button and a heads-up pot. Okay, so there wasn't a little big, whatever. So we're playing Yo-Yo Ma 74 and Rubski's Poker. Pretty cool. I'm gonna fold that one. Okay, so we get the limp re-raise from Art Bart. You take that one, my friend. Getting a good price though. Oh my gosh. Kings in the meetup game. I mean, the under the gun limp re-raise. I'm going to play kind of tight against that one. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. Scott Ryan just lost full house to quads. Unlucky, man. That'll happen. You just gotta keep going. So we got snap call. And now we get double flush draw. Is it too late to jump in the tourney? Absolutely not. The tourney is ready for you. So here's the tournament. You have 57 minutes left of late reg. We have 200 people in the tournament. Pretty sick. And you know, I'm gonna just not max the 100 or 200. Just focus on building a stack in this 500, crushing you guys in the $1 this weekly. I need to win it, and then playing some in the cash game. Let's call this one. Aggressive table for this $1. I mean, you guys told me to fire it off, right? We're gonna play this $1 a bit more aggro. Try to build a stack. Half pot. What do I have? I have some stuff, right? I have some stuff here, Jesus. I have some stuff here, Jesus. Okay. I'm gonna get stacked if he has no repair. So is he more likely to bluff, or is he more likely to like hero? It's hard for him to hero ace king on this board when I call half pot here. I could block. I mean, betting 14 feels funny. Just go with something silly. Snap jam. Did he snap jam? I looked away at the other table. Oh my god. He just has like aces, right? Kings. Ace jack high. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry, Jesus. We are gambling, my friend. I came to gamble. And I think I found the right play on the river. Sometimes it works. I mean, the snap jam made me feel like you had kings. For sure. Okay, we have a full cash game table now. Awesome. I'll sit in another one if more people want to hop in. Nice, Robert. Maestro177 says currently in 4th place out of 200. That's great. 177. Okay, so I'm gonna open this king 7, but I'm gonna throw. Do you guys want me to put more table than one on this front screen, or just like on the stream? I wonder if I could do that easily. This is a 3-bet pot. We have brewing in the cash game. Ooh la la. Yum yum turn. I just go 25 and 50. Yeah. Yum yum. I have ace 10. I even said yum yum. I wanted some yo-yo ma money. It's hard to turn the nuts in poker. What happened to that king 7 hand? I guess everybody just folded. Okay, we have a second table running in the cash game. We have the meetup game. Mary McGuire, the password for the cash game is JL PokerCoaching. One word, all caps. This is too much, right? Should I give him some chips back after I kind of got lucky versus him? Not kind of, very much got lucky versus him. He put in a lot of money ahead. MFY, how do I know if I have a natural talent? Good question. I would say that you should pretty much just never think that you do. Like that's actually kind of how I feel about it. It's like, if you think you have natural talent, you're typically not going to work as hard as you need to. And the people with natural talent, don't worry if they have natural talent. They just do their thing, you know? So yeah, I'm not sure. But I would say that, yeah, don't rely on natural talent. Don't seven, damn pot. Yeah, don't rely on natural talent, and don't assume that you have natural talent if you just like start off and win and whatnot. Like, always just stay kind of neutral and focused on working hard and doing the right things. Do I raise this size? I didn't get enough money in the pot. I did not put enough money into the pot. Easy bluff here. What size? Do I want to try to make him fold an ace? I don't really think so. I don't have that many bluffs. Let's go 3.2. I think I can make him fold like low cards, a 7, an 8, things like that. We could rebluff this. Nice job, Art. Nice hand. Okay, I wonder if I can change my OBS so that you guys can just see my screen. I don't need to worry about maybe doing quite as many. Interesting bluff catch spot in this 500. Okay, so he's opening off the button. It went check, check, flop, check, bet, call, turn. I'm gonna pay this one. Show me 10-5. Darn. Get me back in. Let's max it though. Playing a number of tables now. Darn it. I need to look at that one too. King 7's in a tricky spot there. I think it's a good call. I mean, my king is unblocking the bluffs from him having Jack 10 in his hand or low cards. So my king is quite good. The 7's blocking all the turn 2 pairs after check check, so that becomes quite good too. I think I'm happy with that one. That hero off seems fine. Okay. So we have 7 minutes to max the 5, so I'll make sure to do that. I'll skip the other one. So we have a lead from Art. Pretty clear call here. Now once it goes multi-way, if more money goes in, I think I just fold. But when it goes check, check, I have the best hand here, a reasonable amount. Let's just try to kind of... I don't think that's going to be kind of messed with too much. I can have plenty of 10s here. Nice. Good to just take down that pot. There's no... I mean, there is some benefit in keeping them in with king high, I guess. We have an interesting 3-bet pot here. My stack is not auto rebuying, so I'm short. $15 goes into 30 into 60. Yeah. Maybe I should go a little bigger, but it's fine. So he raises the small blind. I 3-bet the big blind, and then we get here. If he has quads, he is going to stack me. But it is unbelievably more likely that he has a 10 and he snaps with a 10. And he calls quickly with an 8. And he calls with 4s. And he heroes ace-5 suited. You know, we're just going down and down. And he heroes king-queen with the spade. No, I think he has like ace-5. I do think he'll hero sometimes, though. Oh. Good fold, double me up. Good fold, sir. I had it. I had it. And I flopped it. What did I do here? I raised. That guy's so greedy. Why am I so greedy? Just bet, you know? We were the right amount of greedy on the turn, at least. It's probably too small. Definitely too small. Okay. So we're playing 3-handed here. We have a full table of this meetup game. And we have the invitational. I'm going to fold this one. Carly Fly is in there. Good fold from both these players. I've just had it. I just had it. James Tay is in the chat. What's up, James? You just joined the $1 game, hoping to get to my table. I hope you're at my table too. Let me know if it happens. That will be fun. Okay, 3 minutes left. Okay, so Carly's finding some 3 bets. We should stay a bit aware of. Any relation to Tony Saliba, the trader? No. Not that I'm aware of. My father's name is also Tony Saliba, but he is a professor in Ohio. And I think that there's a lot of Tony Salibas out there. Most of not relation. Well, I mean, Lebanese people are related. It's a bit looser to be related, especially when like you immigrate to America and whatnot. Okay, 7-3. Let's play. Let's switch it back for the invitational, because that is our main event. What happened here? I'm big blind. 3-bet. Alright. Fair play. Fair play. Let's make sure we don't miss this. 2 minutes left to max the 500. I'm gonna peel this 5-4 suited. $140 people watching. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. This is fun. We have the PokerCoaching $1 with 1K added. There's still registration for 40 more minutes. And then we have the meetup game for cash games running. We're playing 50 cents a dollar. We have a full table here, and we're playing short-handed on a second table. So pretty fun day. I'm happy to get some hands in. Rod Stone, the breaks are at every 55 of the hour. So I play a call here with 9s. I'm going to open this one. Easy call here. It's raised from the low jack. I flatted 9s in the button. Small blind squeezes. Let's find a 9. Yes. 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 That is a very strong hand, everybody. I'm going to bring this over here. Pretty simple spot. We'll go with a small bet with the ace-9. Not looking to barrel too much. There's no real decision here, right? Like, just play pure call. We want him to just jam jacks through aces. This is a big bet size from Carly. I think it's queen jack suited a good amount. Could be a 10. It's harder for me to be beat now, though. Queen jack. King jack. Aggressor from Carly Fly there, but I did just flop it, so that was unlucky. Just check here. All right, we are out of the 500. That is life. Let me know if you guys have any preference. I mean, the weekly MTT, the $1 tournament's gonna go on for a while. So I'm gonna kind of switch back and forth between the two, if that makes sense to you guys. If you just want to see the weekly MTT, and we have a lot of the students in the tournament that want to do that, I'm happy to do that as well. So this is interesting. So check flop, bet big turn, pot river. I just think I call. It can have queen jack and some worse value hands, but 8-3 is an interesting one. 8-3 of clubs, that was a really interesting one actually. Definitely could be quite good. I need to think about that one. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, that's cool, Robert. Robert Durant says he has a master's in education with aspirations of being a professor. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, it was fun growing up with a dad as a professor. And we helped him, not helped him, you know what I mean, but like you get involved with it a bit. They hosted, different social events that we got to go to and meet the students. He would give me all of his tests to, he would score all the problems and we would add them up and put a final score on them, and he would double check it. So there's always good memories from that. He's a teacher in chemical engineering. He teaches chemical engineering in Ohio. And actually that was what I went to school for as well, because I didn't know what I wanted to do, and I ended up getting the degree and playing a lot of poker. But he loves poker too, so that makes it nice. I don't think he loved it at the time though. So Carly's very aggressive. So I'm a little less inclined to be raising here. It's a good combo to raise quite a lot, but I'd rather raise here. Because now it's like, 6-7 gets there, but snap call. Let's give up. Shouldn't have even raised there. Just call and realize my equity. Ace high. Yeah, exactly. Snap call. I'm getting heroed on the river a lot. Nice hand, Carly. That aggressive strat, though. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for you. Fun to battle. We have another one with Carly over here. Carly fly 3-betting. I don't feel the need to 4-bet bluff. I'm gonna just call. Flop top pair. Okay, now I'm actually gonna raise. Now, I am behind here a good amount. Not a great amount, but like some amount. Now the question is, if I jam here, would they call their ace-high draws? I think you kind of have to, right? We don't want to get snapped, but... Tens? Ooh la la. Carly's aggressive image got her all of my stack. Or him. Could be a him still. Nice hand. Very nice hand. Aces will call there. I was really hoping for like ace high flush draws, king queen flush draws, jack 10 off. Alright, I'll bring up more cash games as they come, but let's get back to the weekly MTT. We are coming up on the first break. $140 people in here now. Thanks, everybody. Pretty cool. Makes it way more fun when, with like a lot of people asking questions, engaging, all that stuff. So let me know in the chat if you got, I mean, we have 8 likes. Hit like, hit subscribe if you're enjoying this. Let me know if you have any questions I can help answer about poker. Let me know if you're in this tournament. We're playing a $1 with $1,000 added. So there's 255 entries for $1, but the prize pool is $12.55 with $2.40 for first. It is called the Big Bang, and it is a big bankroll builder, which is pretty cool. Brian R says, one of the concepts I'm struggling with is if there is a small bet, 1 BB, and a call on the flop, why does that generally make equity so close on the turn? To me, a larger bet and call would make equity close. So, okay, I have an interesting spot versus Carly here. I mean, I'm not folding yet. It's raise call pre, and now we're seeing 150% on the turn. I mean, am I going to hero this to a jam? Is she going to just take all of my money today? I mean, she can't be going for value with the 10, right? Not when she goes 150 pot. So I raise 3, she calls. Flop 10-6-6, check bet call. Turn queen, check over bet. I mean, I'm already adjusting on the turn, right? If she has a 10, it's going to hurt me a lot. I mean, 7-8. I mean, I don't think... Does a queen play like that? A queen could play like that, but doesn't bet the flop that much. Is Carly's aggressive image with the king jack just going to make her every dollar today? The answer is yes. Queen 6 off in a single raise pot. Alright. Alright. Nice hand. Nice hand, Carly. She's definitely putting the chips in. I kind of like my call, honestly. Like, the line doesn't make that much sense for value. Like, if you have a boat, fair play, but I didn't think she'd have queen 6 off pre. All right. Carly's at your table in the invitational. Well, she is battling, for sure. And playing well. She has 2 big stacks now. I've given her 200 big blinds, I believe, in those 2 hands with the queen jack and the ace jack. Okay, so Brian, yeah, sorry to get back to that. So the thing about it is, like, even if you're facing a small bet, the big blind player calls such a wide range. And so even against a small bet, they're still able to fold their air. Like, you're not just floating all these like all these kind of random bad combos on the flop, even to a small bet. So if the board say like king 6-6 and somebody bets 1 big blind, well, they're not it's not like they're continuing with a bunch of just like air. And so one player gets to fold their air and the other still has all their air. And so really that's just that's why equities are going to run closer, because like, yeah, I mean, on the button, if you bet everything on Jack 4, you have a massive range advantage. You bet everything, the opponent folds all their air, and diamond, you could check and give up with the very specific combos. We're getting jammed down here a lot. 6 is a bad turn card for us. Yeah. So yeah, like say it's a Jack 4, and you bet small in position because you have this big range advantage. Well, like the opponent just folded all their air even for this tiny size. So that's always going to cause equities to run a lot closer, and going to cause you to have to like be playing more polar strategies in general on the turn. Okay, we have a pretty good betting hand here. We can check or bet. Okay, quick call. King double flush draw. We have double blockers. If you say so. Jack. Jack. Give up. We have one heart, one club, everything bricked. We need to be careful with what we bluff with here. Anything but a club or diamond is fine, but we're blocking one. It's gonna have a, yeah. Just gonna have a pair a lot. And if I'm saying I have better than that, I need to be, I need to be thoughtful in my combos. Chris Jr., what's more difficult? Staying mentally strong in poker or golf? For me, it is going to be golf, and it will not even be close. I think that in general, like, the more experience you have in something, the easier it is to kind of stay level. And I've played a lot of poker. You know, at this point, I feel pretty comfortable in every spot now. You know, I mean, that's not. It still happens that it's not quite true. Like, you still get nervous, and you can still have mental weaknesses and things. But like, when I'm standing over a putt, and it's like a $2,000 putt or something, like, I just haven't done it that much, and I'm holding this putter, and it feels like a baseball bat in my hands, and like, I'm not a great golfer, and all of a sudden, like, I have this like high pressure putt, and that's way more difficult to like stay steady for, and because, like, you know, in poker I can be like, okay, I've trained for this, I've studied for this, I've played in these spots before, like this recent Jeju final table. One of the best things for me was that I just very calmly went back through a couple of the big final tables I played, and was just like, okay, this final table that I played out in London a couple years ago was really tough. Like, it was all the best, like many of the best players in the world. Montenegro final table was very tough. Mateos, Petrangelo, a bunch of top players. And then the one in Jeju, like, it was tough final table, but like, it was much weaker than some of the ones I've played in the past. And so that can kind of give you kind of confidence to be like, okay, look, I've done this before. I've prepared for this. I have that experience, and I can take that with me. All right, let's just go perform, right? And execute at a high level. And like, that to me is a pretty easy process. But when I'm standing over this putt that I need to make, it's like, I just don't have that practice. I don't have the experience. I don't have like, okay, I've made 10,000 of these in my backyard in the last month. You know what I mean? Like, so for me, it's definitely golf. And I think I can play a little bit. Like, I definitely still feel like I'm a gamer in golf, but if I have to pick one, it's the swings in golf and the tilt I feel from losing is at a much different level than I've ever felt in poker. Not ever felt in poker, but you know what I mean. Amanda says, thanks for streaming. Thanks for being here, Amanda. Really appreciate it. I'm going to just value bet Carly, right? Right. Here's an interesting 3-up pot versus double me up ×2. I opened cutoff, a 3-bet, and then played check. We've kind of been through this line, though. I need to check this hand definitely sometimes. It's hard for me to have equity here. It's really, really hard for me to have equity here, and this hand has equity against their continues. If I go 20, the pot goes to 70 with 64. I need to go like 23. Yeah, that's just a good play, I think. I mean, Queen 7-3 Rainbow turn Queen Badoogie. Like, I just don't have that many combos that like can have any equity against aces or kings or jacks, tens that can continue there. I'm also unblocking all of their ace high like 3-bets that check call flop and check fold turn. So I think that was a good play. I'm happy with that one. We're going to go for a really big overbet here. It's raise, call pre, check, 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 check. And now let's just go for like 15. I just have a lot of 9s to get here and like nothing else, right? So I'm betting a 9 or nothing. I'm targeting, I mean, this is not a good spot, honestly. 8-10 got there on the turn. I mean, I do lose a lot of stuff. My 3 is good. The king is not great though, right? I think we're getting a tank called. Yeah. Ace 7. Ace 4-0. Painful. I mean, I'm over bluffing the spot, so it's probably just good. Need to be careful. Need to be careful. Double me up came to play. Double me up came to play. JP Marshmallow, are there essentially other coaches playing the Invitational? I'm not sure. I see God's Big Toe in there sometimes. John Little is not playing this week. He had something come up. That's why I'm stepping in for him for the stream. Tristan's played before, I believe. Affleck's played before. Shondell, Crazy Sixes, and God's Big Toe are in there at times. So I'll check the lobbies or see when we get deep. There might be other coaches in there. I'm not so sure. PB for life, is there a big difference in play between 50 and L and 200 and L? I would say yeah. I mean, it's not like a humongous difference, but there's a lot less rake, which is nice. But win rates are higher in 50 and L. Not as many pros. Like there are a good chunk of pros playing 200 and L. You know, people trying to make a living, people taking it very seriously, etc. But 50 and L, it's not happening as much, so you don't have like the high end people, and you typically do have plenty of whales that they hop in and play 50 and L, try to spin it up. So I think 50 is significantly easier, but like it's not like the jump from 500 now to 4 stakes above that. You know, like that's a way bigger jump. I feel like the people that say there's not that big of a difference, like 500 an L and like 10K an L, like they're just lying to themselves. Like there's a big gap between the best players and like good players, even pros. You know, I think people miss that sometimes. I get that win rates come from the fish, blah blah, but like if you put a 500 L reg into the toughest game in the world, they will be getting shredded. Yeah, absolutely shredded. So that's a bigger jump, is I guess what I'm saying, as 50 to a 200. If you go 200, it's 200, 500, 1K, 2K. So 200 to 2K is a bigger jump than 500 to 200, I believe. James Tays, do I still play soccer? I do not really play soccer. I play maybe like once a year if people are running a game or something and at one of the poker stops. I went and juggled with some guys. We played like some soccer tennis with Vogelsang and some of those guys that play a lot of soccer. That was a lot of fun. So I'll try to play more of that kind of stuff, I think. Nice hand, Death Deuces, Unlucky Monkey Man. But I don't really like, I haven't played like ring or not ring, but like an 8v8 match in forever. My buddy just won a nice tournament. Pretty sick. Very sick, actually. I don't want to share too much though, because yeah. You know, it's funny, like on the US sites we all know each other in terms of the screen names and whatnot. But like when you play Coin or something like that, like it people often aren't using the same name, so you know, Mario's minion might be just some American guy. I don't know. I don't know who they are. But it is funny with that. Okay, we rivered the 2 pair. It's raise call, check, check, bet call. We rivered the 2 pair. We just have a great bluff catcher, right? I know it doesn't feel that way, but this is a little bit thin. It's not that thin, though. I have to bet it, I think. Yeah, nice. Just ace-10. Maybe gotta go a little bit bigger. Okay, tournament is on break now, which I believe means Reg is closing soon. Let me check on that. So the tournament has 300 entries. That's awesome. A little loose. So we have 300 entries in the $1 1K added. And late reg is still 15 more minutes after the break ends. So you have 17 minutes to hop in this tournament. I'll post the link in the chat. We have $1,000 added. So we are playing a $1 tournament with currently 185 people in a $1,300 prize pool, 250 to first. That's pretty sweet. Okay, so we get the snap call from Carly. We just go into check call mode. Ooh la la. Ooh la la. I haven't seen her check much. It kind of feels like when she's like in the mindset of putting money in, like the money's going in. So how do I put her back into a mindset to bluff? Maybe 24? Yeah. Maybe just check. Nice play, Carly. Nice play. D Enema says, which particular skill or trait would you say separates them the most? Are we talking about good players? It's a little loose. Little loose. We didn't get a snap call, which is an issue. That means it's either fold or raise, probably, yeah. Good news, bad news. We got free rolled hard on the turn, and she had a ton of equity, so I could have jammed flop, maybe. If she ever has air, though, I mean, yeah, I need to be careful because just need to be careful. So, Anima, the traits that separate, or skill that separate the top players from not. I mean, like, this one sounds kind of silly, but everybody wants to, like, pick all these, like, tangential, like, skills and, you know, grit and hard work and all these things. But, like, in reality, like, the skill that separates the best from the not, from weaker is that they are just so good theoretically at poker. Like, the understanding that the very best have compared to mid-stakes players or something is the fact that if you, like, the way I like to envision it, and it's something that Darren Elias said a long time ago, is like, if it was you at the table and 8 of somebody, or you were 8, right? Like, would they give you problems? Like, if everybody at the table was the same person and you were the 9th player, what would your win rate look like? And for the guys that are the very best, like, they just have this unbelievable amount of experience and skill in the theory of poker. And they've done it for years and years. They've seen millions of hands. They've played infinite spots. And they have a very good grasp of what the game looks like at a theoretical level. And I think that when people talk about GTO versus exploit and all this kind of stuff, like, they're kind of missing the point. It's like to be really good at poker is exceptionally difficult. It takes years of study and work and effort to just be playing good strategies. And so that is the number one thing in my mind that separates the best from the not best. And then maybe like from like what softer skill, what softer skill would I pick to be number one? The ability to play well under pressure. In terms of the high stakes, I think that like one thing that can really hurt people is if they get anxiety on streams, or if they get anxiety on, like in spots where they're so worried about making a mistake or things like that. Like, I think that you see really good players make really bad plays when they aren't experienced and they don't have this like competitive nature that causes them to like really try hard and play well in big moments. Because yeah, you can be a great. This thing about poker, even the Triton stops. Like, I don't want to like overshare, but like sometimes like the final event of a Triton stop, like you can look at it on paper and just be like, well, this tournament is awful. Like, it is not a high value tournament. Most of the fun players have left after the main, and there's just kind of good players that are playing it. But like in real life, when people are buried in a series and they're just down 1.5 million in a Triton, and they're playing on day 14 of a series where they're fatigued, they're down a pile of money and whatever, like, you need to have the guy that's in that moment going to play quite well, which is not always the guy that's going to be playing the best. It's going to be playing the best on day one, like when they're the freshest or things are perfect, right? See if money goes in here versus Carly. We check called. I mean, do I even raise versus this size? I have time bank. I mean, 44 into 30. So 150% pot with, I mean, there's just not that much back. I can still just have like ace of heart 9, ace of heart 10. I can still like get here without the nuts. So I think that it's at least something that will get paid sometimes. So I'm gonna be playing Carly heads up there, but let's put the full ring table until the most interesting things happen. We're all in the weekly MTT, or we're jamming on somebody. Do we have the best hand? We do. It was a quick call, so it was a little worrisome. GG. I think max state reg is coming up. So you have $850 to get back in. We have 324 players, 55 paid, 250 up top, and there's 324 entries that have created a prize pool of 1324 and a $1 MTT because of the $1,000 added. That is pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. GG, Scott Ryan. Ace King loses to King King. Flopped an ace. Brutal way to go out. Good game. Hope you had some fun. Hard to have too much fun when it's like that, though. We flopped 2 pair versus Carly. Snap check. What happened the last time she snap checked? I check folded the turn, so I think 2 checks. Probably okay again. It's a really good turn for me though, but yeah, I kind of felt that was a possibility. I have top 2. I'm gonna just still check call. Now I'm gonna lead small. Yeah, I should probably lead small there is maybe the better play. I'm going to play check-check with the king 10 high. Let's get the weekly MTT back as the main. So we just check. Definitely could bet that maybe. What's happened here? We're facing half pot from 2 players on a 5 of diamonds. Just fold, right? We got a nice little check raise bluffing on the other table. I'm getting in flow a little bit. Getting in the flow. Feeling a bit better about some of the hands. Okay, how do you fundamentally... How do you make fundamentally strong? How do you get fundamentally strong in poker? So, sorry, there's a couple questions I missed above. Let me answer those, and then I'm going to get to that one. Okay. What about ultra high stakes private games? Yeah, of course. But like private games, 200 and no versus 200 no, it's pretty unclear. It's just a way different environment and whatnot. So. Yeah, I mean, you can, of course, find super soft games that are super high stakes. They're just not common and not public and whatnot. But I do think that it's different because people are like, oh, this private game is playing like a 200 no game. Like, if you can beat 200 no, you can beat this private game. But like, the skill set is different, right? So you have to be a little bit careful because like if you're a 200 no player and you have 100K to your name or something like that, and you go play some 200, 400 game, like, it's going to feel different. Like, the first time, you're like, okay, I think my hand jams here. I also think it works well. But, like, I'm putting in $40,000 into this pot. Like, that doesn't just, like, come super naturally. Like, I don't think. I think that's why I think experience is so important. The first time you play some huge FT, you have to have a lot of, like, kind of grace with yourself because, like, you've just never done it, you know? Like, you haven't played for $1 million before, and you need to approach it well, and it's just like any other tournament, and say all the right things, but you're lying to yourself if you think that, like, oh, I beat 200 now, and the first time I need to, like, triple barrel it off in this 150K pot, I can just do it. You know what I mean? Like, the biggest pot I've ever played is, like, $3,000, and now I'm playing a $400,000 pot. Like, good luck, man. Good luck, you know, playing that spot as well. I think the same thing happens, like, online to live, too, right? Like, yeah, I mean, everybody has their own little groups and whatnot, but, like, there's plenty of really good online players that, like, something about it, they just, maybe they don't feel as comfortable live. Maybe they don't, maybe they like to beat their computer. Maybe they get jet lagged really bad or whatnot, you know, but, like, people have their own kind of skill sets and yeah, but in terms of game difficulty and the players, it's not like It's not like private games are just harder than others. So how do you get better fundamentally in poker? We have a Master the Fundamental course at PokerCoaching.com. I think that it's important to like just be learning from good material and focused on understanding the baseline theories that are happening. Understand what equity is and how it affects the game. I mean, poker's just an equity EV game. You know, it's all about just making plus EV plays over and over and the highest EV play over and over. You know, you need to learn what pot odds are and what MDF is, minimum defense frequency. You need to learn, you know, how to structure proper ranges. Like what kind of considerations do you typically, like what hand types like to do certain things and whatnot. So, yeah, we Master the Fundamentals course at PokerCoach.com is great. We also have another free course that we have two awesome free courses, Master the Fundamentals and Poker Math, Mastering Poker Math. Those are just two awesome fundamental courses that walk you through equity ranges, equity realization, like all these keywords that you kind of need to have a grasp for in poker. Okay, PP for Life says, besides from JL Coaching, what materials did you use from PC when you were moving up? I watched every single webinar on PokerCoaching.com from 2017, middle of 2017 until 2019. I probably went 2 years without missing a single webinar from a single coach. I was learning from Aflac and Evan Jarvis and Alex Fitzgerald at the time, and Jonathan, of course, and just taking as much as I could. So, I mean, I went through every piece of content on that site, every cash game piece, every tournament piece. Like, I just wanted to, I fill notebooks with notes. And I think that became quite helpful to like really try to drive in. And now, you know, you never stop learning, right? So, of course, there's some things that I learned then that I learned, okay, well, there's actually a better way to approach this or whatnot. But like, it all just stacks, you know? It's not like tennis or golf or something where if you just like develop bad habits as a child, you're like, can never be really good, right? Poker is not like that in my mind. Like, you want the more information that you can get. You want information on how people are thinking about spots. Like, there's so many different ways to build flop strategies. You know, what kind of pushes you to play the flop strategy you're playing, and like why you're doing certain things on turn barreling or whatnot. Like, people can have plenty of different ways of thinking about it and still be very good poker players. And so I think that the more, the merrier. Sorry, Robert. Yeah, so Mukesh is saying that it's hard to put your opponents on ranges. One of my favorite exercises for that is also on PokerCoaching.com, and it's the homework. And what the homework does is it's an old school EV solve strategy where essentially all you're doing is you're just trying to range your opponent on paper. You're saying, okay, they raised from the low jack. What do I expect their range to look like when they raise the low jack? And you plot aces, kings, queens. You go through the whole range chart, and you're like, okay, I think that this is my best guess of their range. And you're like, okay, so it's the top, whatever, 20% of hands. And then the flop comes 10-9-3, and they check back. And you're like, okay, well now you have to range your opponents again. So you start with 100% of the deck, and then pre-flop you tighten it. You range them to a pre-flop strategy. And then on the flop, you tighten them again. And so by going through this, you go through all hands. There's hundreds of hands in there that you go through, and you just tighten their range accordingly and try to figure out, okay, well, how am I going to play against this range? What am I going to do against that range? And what does my range look like to combat them? And if you do that over and over and over and over and over, what happens is that in real life, it becomes much easier. It just becomes like clockwork a little bit where you're like, okay, I think his range looks like this. I think he's bluffing the offsuit 10 combos because that's the most common bluffs from a hijack opening range that, you know, runs out on a board like this, etc. So I think that's a great kind of practice and way to improve on ranging your opponents. And honestly, there's a lot of people in chat talking about how difficult it is to range your opponents, and I would recommend everybody to go through that process. I went through every single homework that was possibly available, and then every homework, Jonathan goes through and does the same exercise on his own, and he goes through how he would approach it. So you're like, okay, well, I would have done this, and you're learning how he does it, and that's just a massive, massive help. To just learning how to think in terms of ranges, learning how to build ranges. Like, sometimes you're the aggressor. And so, like, you'll start with your preflop range, and you'll go to your turn strategy, and then your river, and you're like, okay, well, I'm only playing, you know, a pot-sized bet here on the river. So, I know that I can only have one bluff for every 2 value combos. But like my overall river range has 4 bluffs for every value combo that I want to bluff. And then you need to decide, okay, well, which combos do I want to bluff with? And that shows you, okay, I need to give up with hands. I need to, you know, whereas on a different river, maybe your natural range breakdown is 3 value combos or 3 bluffs, two bluffs for every value combo, or 1 bluff for every value combo. And you're like, okay, I only need to give up my worst bluffs in this kind of situation. Because I can be very aggressive and whatnot. So I think that's a great way to do it. And just a great way to learn and practice and all those things. Greg says, imagine trying to put Keating on a range. And that is funny, you know, it's, what do we have going on here? It's just 3-bet small. I'm past late reg, actually. Oh my gosh, I should have tried to spin it harder. So the final numbers are in. We need a double here, Daft. Okay, ace high board, we go small with our range. So, okay, nice. Good to pick that one up. 360 total entries, leading to a $13.59 prize pool because of the $1,000 added. I think I'm gonna open this. This is loose, but this guy's sitting out, right? So I'm hijack. I'm gonna just play check here. We win plenty here. If it goes check again. Got a nice little bluff through versus Carly. Yeah, just show me like, oh, ace queen high. Wow. So my open is very good then, I think, if I'm not getting 3-bet very often. Okay, so there's 163 left. 62 get paid. First is 250. Maestro 177, who's been in the chat, is chip leading. That's awesome. Maybe that's good news if you're in the chat and you're playing. Let me know if you see your name in there. Ascension GTO's in there, always playing. Got Napoleon. C. June, you still in there? Let me know if you guys are still in. There's 160 left, 62 paid, 250 for the winner. Mark says the free roll was better when it was a free roll with a rebuy. Yeah, it's that, you know, there's a decrease in numbers. I think we needed to just switch it up and try some new things. Definitely it was cool value, but we're also giving away $1,000 to cash game players now. So tough to like just keep it the same forever. If you haven't heard, we're giving away $1,000 a month for a cash game leaderboard, which is just really sweet. So for all these cash games we're playing, it's like triple points, I think. But essentially, like, whoever does the best every month gets $1,000 added in a prize pool for our cash game players. So that was what happened. We moved the free roll into a $1 with money added, which still $1,000 added, sick value. And then we opened up a cash game leaderboard to give our cash game players a reason to, you know, like to give them some value, because we had plenty of cash game guys that they didn't want to sit and play a 300-person tournament. So I hear you and I feel it, but I think it was nice to kind of spread out the value a bit. Mario says the numbers game is too complex for me. I scrape by on position and range. That, you know, that is reasonable. I think that it's just like anything else. The numbers game can be really complex, but if you really just go through it, the math is not complex. The math is like 3 divided by 5. You know, that's as tough as you can get from like a pure math perspective, pretty much. Like you're not having to do like complex math in game. It's more about off the table understanding the deep theory and math behind poker. Understanding that, okay, I'm calling a small bet here. I'd be calling a big bet over here. I'm gonna fold that one. So I need to defend with 85% of my range here. Like, I don't need to, pot odds are a thing. I don't need to win that often to make money here. I'm putting in 1 unit and I get 3 if I call and win. And so I'm going to, like, if you told me I'm facing a pot size bet and I'm going to win 35% of the time, a lot of people would still fold, you know, but the math is very clear there. You're winning, you're printing, you're only putting in 1 unit, 1 pot, and you're winning a total of 3 pots. So you only need to be good 33% of the time there for it to be a profitable call. Thanks so much though, Mario. I appreciate you being here. I'm glad you're improving. Getting a little hot in my office, so I'm going to close the window. How hot is it outside? 75 with high wind. I like getting the sun with the window open, but I think I am going to fold. So we still have two tables in the cash game. Mike Stano, are there other pros in this cash game? Not that I'm aware of, but I'm not sure. I don't recognize many of the players in this game. Rubski's Poker, I think maybe I've played with before, but yeah, I don't recognize a ton of the names in here, so I'm not sure. And if you are playing the cash game, feel free to, you know, type in the chat. Let me know. How are we looking in this one? Carly Fly with a huge stack in the $1. Sick. 124K. That is a big stack. So Carly Fly definitely came to play. 147 with 62 paid. I'm in 100th. We are going to need to run hot at this stage. You just registered and double up. Mike Stano. Very nice, sir. CJR I've played with before. That's Chris Jr., I think, actually. Welcome, Chris, to the cash game. Good luck, sir. He's directly on my left. We'll see what he's up to in those. Definitely folding the ace-2. We're looking for like a reshove stack, reshove spot. Davion is in, extremely short. DH Harris 91. Good luck, sir. Try to spin it. try to spin it. I like that name, Yo-Yo Ma. Yo-Yo Ma 75. Oh, C. June, sorry man. I did answer the golf and poker question, but I went into a pretty long monologue. Short story, poker is much, much easier than golf. The mental side, just because like I just feel so well prepared and trained for the poker, but like when you're sitting over a putt for a lot of money, it's like it feels like a baseball bat in my hands, you know? I just don't have the same amount of practice in it. So the pressure feels like much higher. And that is really how I feel in poker for people. It's like when you've never done something before, the pressure feels so big, you know? And when you've done it, when you've just played for a final table for $1 million up top 30 times, like the 28th just doesn't feel the same as the first, you know? I think it's a experience and skill set thing where I'm not a very good golfer and I do not have a lot of experience, and so I trust myself a lot more with pressure in poker. But go back if you want to see the full monologue. It was gave a story or two maybe. Alright, so we're playing Carly heads up in one of the cash games. Double me up left that table. So if anybody wants to hop in and play some short-handed, it's me and Carly on one table, and then we have a full 7-handed table on the other one. Got a nice little value bet heads up. Had a pair on a 4-liner. Is it bad to eat while you stream? I will be quick. Mike Stano says he's in Phoenix and it was 100 degrees already this year. That's crazy. Not even April yet. I'm in Vegas. We've had a couple of days in the 80s, but not anything too hot. All right, we have a hand versus Chris Jr. here. I'm gonna check. I opened a little loose in the cutoff here. But we have a bad jack with a back door, facing a medium bet. We could raise small, but I think call is going to be the default. King is a good card for my range and a bad card for my hand. Trip up should never lead here, really. Yeah, it's a weird lead from them. It's a jack 5-2 Badoogie board with a king turn. The king is just like I'm the only one that can have ace king. I'm gonna go with the fold here. We'll see if they battle it out. Yeah, it's interesting. We turn 2 pair here. I'll let you guys know if Chris calls. But we turn 2 pair versus Carly after getting check raise on the flop. I think we just call and hope for a brick like that and get jammed on. Chris folded to the lead. I think that's probably good. We got lucky on Carly. We turned 2 pair. Unlucky. Alright, so I'm sitting in the second table. If anybody wants to come play heads up or start a game. And then we have one full game running with myself, Chris Jr., Yo-Yo Ma, Carly Fly, Rube Ski Poker, and Trip Up. Good group. Very good group, really. So I'll flip between the weekly MTT and the cash game. Chris Jr. said, great answer to the golf per sport question. I'm going to use that against you next time we play. The nice thing the nice thing about it though is that like you don't have more experience in high stress situations in golf, right? So it ends up like two non-elite performers just going at it. We call it in Vegas pillow fights. Like, you'll be gambling for kind of high stakes and then you're just like double, triple in the triple, strokes until you push. And it's like, this, not high performers essentially at it. So good, you can try it, but I'll give it right back to you. And I don't think you have that many more putts in your lifetime than I do. So it's gonna go both ways. Let's see if we can spin this MTT. Come on. We're 99th of 125. Min cash is 745. That's a huge min cash in a $1 tournament. Pretty sick. And we have pocket eights. This could be it. I'm going to induce. Not inducing anymore. And he's opening off of 10 bigs, which is scary. That is scary, Daft Deuces. But I do not have it in me to make some crazy play here and call or do anything other than jam. But it feels like aces, doesn't it? King. 8. I wanted the king ace run out. And I put it out there. But we didn't chop. I needed it to be like ace, king, jack, king 8. That's on me. I should have just asked for the 8 immediately. Alright, we have 3 bigs in the weekly MTT. We are in last place. Close to last place. We are going to need a miracle. We are going to need a miracle. Ascension GTO hopped in the cash game. Welcome, sir. Let's see what the big stacks look like in the weekly MTT. David Hendrickson has doubled me up 2x. Great playing with you. Sorry I had to run. Dude, good game. You played awesome. I don't remember the exact hands, but there was a couple I was like, okay, like this guy knows what he's doing. I think you had some good calls versus me and some good plays. So have a great day. Hope to play again in the future. GG. Carly Fly. Chip leading the main still. Maestro177, I believe. He was in chat. James Tays. Big stack. Athenian. Big poker coaching member. Super user. Up there. A lot of friends still in. It's awesome. Alright, we're going to be all in this hand. We have 3.3 big blinds. We're getting annied every hand. We want the king of diamonds and the king of clubs on the flop. Oh my god, I got to walk. That's huge. That is huge. We're back to 4.6. We needed that. Now we get to fold. Now we get to fold a 6-3 off instead of 4 bigs in the button. We're still alive. If I spin this and win, I mean, like, can there be a better spin up? Not sure. Not sure. We should maybe add an ante to these cash games. Ascension GTO, aces versus sevens, and the ace is held. Very nice hand, sir. Jumped into 5th place in the weekly MTT. We're 3-betting the ace-jack off over here. I'm going to fold the 6-3. So 10-10-5 should be pretty good for me still. I 3-bet all suited 10s. Now, do I need to go big? I don't really think so. We're playing small blind versus cutoff, and we get jammed on. Oh my god. I mean, we gotta fold, right? Nice hand, Yo-Yo Ma. Great screen name. Can't be too upset. I wonder what he had. Could be a hand like 6s. GG, Albert Zoo. Ace King loses to Ace Queen. Unlucky, sir. Chris says definitely going to push double-double. We absolutely will. Golf's a hard game. Very hard game. I might go swing a club after this a little bit. Get a few swings in there. I got to pass on this one, right? Jack 5 off is just not going to cut it. We're going to put in a lot of the deck there. PP for life says, thanks for answering all these questions. He has a fun... Oh, I should have thought about that. Alright, whatever. He said, is it better to be a 50 NL pro or work at Mickey D's? You know... Yeah, it depends. I don't know. I mean, both have upside. I mean, I'm going to choose 50 NL pro. I love poker, you know? But, I mean, they both have upside, though, right? Like, if you become, like, a manager at Mickey D's and you move up, like, there's a big ceiling, you know, there for hard-working people. And 50 and L, it's like, if you're crushing that, then you can move up, too, and the ceiling is high. So, I think that we're all in a flux. So, I'm gonna choose 50 and L, but they both have a lot of upside, I would say. Doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're working at Mickey D's, you can blink your eyes a few times and 10 years go by and you're a manager of a McDonald's and all of a sudden you're crushing it, you know? Alright. Davion busted as well. King Jack against pocket tens. No regrets. GG, sir. No regrets indeed. Unlucky to lose that flip. 9-6 off for 3 bigs. We're going to find a fold again, but we will be putting it in the next 2 hand. Okay, Chris says, do I feel that vices, nicotine, weed, booze, etc. can help your poker game in the same way it can be like swing oil on the golf course and kind of get you loose and feeling right? Short answer, no. Like, for me, no. But I have, over time, gotten more open to that being a real possibility. Really just nicotine. Like, nicotine does have some medical effects that, like, increases your focus. And there's some high performers that are using nicotine at a ton. And so I'm open to that one being possible, but if you feel it's a vice for you, I would say that no. There's nothing that can be a vice for you, like smoking weed or something where you're like, I don't want to be doing this, but sometimes it makes me feel better. I don't think that's a real thing. I think that you can rationalize it to do whatever the hell you want to do, right? Like, if your brain actually wants to smoke weed, you can just be like, oh, well, this helps me be a better poker player. But really what your brain is saying is like, I just want to smoke weed, you know? It's not really about the poker. So I think that, yeah, short answer, no, but pending. Pending results and pending science. Like, nicotine just may very well be performance enhancing. I haven't done much with it yet, but I would be open to that one being performance enhancing. I really don't think like drinking alcohol can have any real positive effect. Like you'll have the people that are like, oh, well, it calms your nerves. It's like, I mean, does it? Like it's such a tiny difference, and it can really make you do stupid things. So it's tough for me to think that it could be net beneficial. Okay, we have 2 hands here. I went with min raise here to try to show that, hey, I'm just min raising. I could have 30 bigs behind. I could have a lot of bigs, you know? Cowboy found it. We're going to play check call versus Chris over here. But I will be all in with the ace-9. We're going to see how we do in the weekly MTT. I have king of club 10 against Chris, so I have the nut flush draw. And we bricked. Did I win that one? We still spun it there. We're going to probably lose this one. Yeah. I mean, it's club, and I have the king of clubs in my hand, but, like, do I have that much room to be bluffing? Let's just fold that one. I think he probably just has ace-queen a lot. Playing it quite aggressively. Nice hand, Chris. Let me know if you were bluffing. You could have been bluffing with a better hand as well. So that'll happen. We are still very much alive in the weekly MTT though. The Big Bang. Big Bang. 101 with 62 paid. Oh my gosh. We just have to fold, right? Yeah. Probably not that close. Blinds are moving up. We will jam if it folds to us. We have a good hand. We will fold if there's any other action. Button opens, it's kind of close. Good luck us, guys. Just have him snap fold. I think this will get overfolded. 5.6 bigs. It's you have to fight really hard in the spot. And I think that it will probably get overfolded by majority of people. We're back to 7.5. 7.5 with a 0.75 big blind. King 5 off. I'm gonna fold this, but not that far off. We gotta be under 100 now, right? 99, look at that. Beautiful. We got Ascension GTO. Maestro still up there. Carly Fly up there. Athenian up there. Good luck, everybody. Try to run it up. Carly Fly is back for some heads up. Good luck, Carly. I'll bring over the table if there's any interesting spots. What happened in basketball today? I saw Houston was leading pretty heavily. What was the other game? Somebody let me know who won basketball. I think it was probably Auburn. Was it Auburn, Houston? 2-1 seeds go through? March Madness here in America. We like that. We like that. Alright, Carly got a hot start. Some no showdown winnings in the heads up match. King Deuce suited here for 7. 94 left, 62 paid. Somebody let me know if that was too tight. We have the ace-9. We played check, flop, 6, turn, bet, call, check, river. I just win here most of the time, yeah. Chris said, just rolled a J, grabbed a beer, and threw in a Zen after that answer. I mean, it's the weekend for you, man. You gotta enjoy. Enjoy yourself. It's definitely good for enjoyment. Just more the performance. Okay, we flopped a lot over here. Risk Carly. Start with a small bet. Snap call. Do we barrel or do we want to realize our equity? This is awful. I would have loved to jam that hand, but I'm going to just realize my equity with 7-4 versus Carly. I don't really think that folds are going to be super common. And we got the snap check there, so I'm actually going to go for a small bet here. Not small, but like the smallish size. Just trying to fold out a 10 high. Or chops, essentially. King high. I should have just checked that. That was a little silly. Because I'm never going to get a king or... I guess, okay. Yeah. I can try to fold out chops. And I can bet ace highs for value. So that's okay. I'm okay with that one. Nice call though, Carly. With king high. Oh my gosh, Chris Jr. had queen 10 that hand, just bluffing it off. Nice hand, sir. We flopped the nuts over here. Queen 10? Hope he had a club at least. I think we just keep pushing our equity here. 20, 40, 60. We could check. Check against Carly actually feels pretty sick. Just keep pushing your equity, Justin. Just keep pushing your equity. Let's go a little greedy. Not greedy enough. Darn it. I misplayed that one. Just keep putting money in the pot. Dumb. We need a fold here from Cusin. So like, I think that when people bet a lot when you check to them, it can kind of be nice, but there's just so many combos in that kind of spot that they're just auto-continuing. That was a mistake. I'm happy that I went big on the river, but I could have even gone bigger on the river, and yeah, not that thrilled to do that. Okay, so there were 90 left, 62 paid. I'm gonna just call here. I could be convinced that fold is an okay option though, but why would you ever fold if trips are coming? You can't fold if you're gonna flop trips. I have the ace of clubs in my hand too. Oh. Double up though. Big double up for us. We have Carly barreling here. She went bet. We just have a boat, so. We're back to 12 bigs in this tournament. That's huge. We're right back in it. Aram Zobian, who loves it more? Was that right, you think? It's a small... Aram Zobian. By the way, what is up? Armenian Prince. One of the best to ever play online poker, I would say. What's up, man? Thanks for stopping in. You think that was a fold with a small ante? Maybe that one was too tight. But very disciplined. Auburn's up 10 with 7 minutes left. Houston 1. All the one seeds are doing it. All the one seeds are doing it. Aram, you gotta stream one of these at some point. There's like a nice 500 today. 500 main, 200 main, 100. And the $1 1K added was sick. So they went bet check bet here. I'm gonna hero off. We do lose here a lot. But this time we do not. They can just go thin with a queen a lot there, but Mike said he smokes every day. Yeah, I mean, so there's some guys in there that are saying they play better with it. Look, it's like it is a personal thing. I don't think it's impossible to play better with substances of some kind, but like in general, I think it's more harmful than good in the long run. We have an interesting decision here. This might be a little bit greedy, but kings and nines. GG, Kurt D. Good fold, Carly. Ramzo says, okay, too disciplined with the king jack. Cusin, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe Cusin's like limping a lot, but king jack off EP, it's not like that exciting, and even if she's playing like a 25% range, it's still not super exciting. But yeah, maybe that was too disciplined. I mean, Aram, I just want to let you know, we're 62 paid, 86 left, and I'm in 69th. I'm in a very precarious, and also it is a 7.5 buy-in min cash. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking through these spots. Because I am absolutely trying to play well. Okay, so we're playing a little bit. We're playing 50 bigs versus Carly heads up. We have this. Chris is chipped up nicely in this tournament, or in this cash game. Chris has 140 in front of him. Very nice. We still have Yo-Yo Ma. We have Trip Up. Ascension has some chips. Alright, so we're on break there. Let's throw the heads up there. The heads up's a lot of action, so it's kind of a fun viewing, hopefully. Queen 3 will defend. At these shorter stacks, I'm going to be much more polar with 3-betting. So, like, typically with deeper stacks, I'm going to choose playable hands that can play quite well. As Carly Fly gets shorter, I'm going to be choosing hands like King 6 off or Ace 6 off or whatever. Aram says he thinks the king 2 was a good fold, but he thought that I would win the hand if I gambled, which that is very important. If you're going to win the hand, just like flopping trips with the ace 4 off, you got to kind of play. I think I'm going to go for check raise here. I have like this combo draw, unblocking 9 through queen from my opponent. Good fold Carly fly I got there. It's kind of why you check raise those types of hands, though. You really want to be able to make the nuts against continues. Oh my gosh, poor Carly. Poor Carly. Flopped the nuts. Like this, pretty much stones. I mean, you have to go greedy here, right? 5, 6, 8, 10. Rom says, let's go, would love to stream. Sweet, man. Shoot me a message whenever you want to play. Let's do it in, let's do a stream in April. We'll have Mr. Ram Zobian streaming for all of you guys. One of the best to ever play online poker. One of the best to play live poker. We'll continue to improve and get better. And we'll continue to be an absolute killer in the high stakes tournament world. I've learned a lot from Aram over the years. The way he thinks about the game, the way he approaches performance and plays, it's pretty cool. He's also made a lot of content at PokerCoaching.com. He has a tournament series called something like How to Run Deep in the WSOP and How to Run Deep in Main Events, because he actually final tabled the main event, WSOP main event, maybe 2018 or something. So that's pretty sweet. So yeah, if you haven't checked out Aram Zobian's content, check it out when you get a chance, and he'll hop on and be streaming some CoinPoker tournaments and cash games here soon. I'm gonna just call the 8s. So Carly topped up, so she's at 88 bigs now, or he or she. Oh my gosh, I am just running so hot. Not like this, you know? I mean, this is there's running hot, and then there's just like flopping a boat every single hand, and here we are. I think I just trapped. Good fold again. I had the nuts. I think I should just bet small on the turn there. There's no real need to do that. So I think we're deep enough to 3-bet these hands still. I think I'll just play check. Oh, the deuce 3 is so disconnected. It's still probably a pretty good board for me to continue on, and I just have to fold. Alright, we are back in the tournament. I'll move the heads up to the bottom, and I'll let you guys know if any big hands are coming. Okay, so we're 84 left, 62 paid, 7.5 buy-in min cash. Carly Fly up top, Maestro up top, Cusin up top. My mother's name is Susan, so I have to assume that I'm rooting for Cusin at some point. We got Betty up there, Athenian, the Taminator. I've seen that name playing around. Good luck, everybody. Ascension still in there. Good luck as we're nearing the money. I'm gonna call here. I lose sometimes, but yeah, I made nuts. Nuts is good, Carly. I checked the river there, ace jack, low. Sick flop in that cash game, sick flop indeed. Oh wow, Rubski's Poker. Rubski's Poker went with the 8-3 suited raise against me. And then I let them realize all their equity and check down and they went with the pair. Nice hand, sir. Nice hand. Keep that one in mind. I mean, I have to 3-bet now, right? Like, let's play a little 3-bet pot in this cash game versus Rubski's. Okay, mono, ace high. I think we can still put some money in here. Just clean up some equity. I'm still very suited here, so mono boards aren't like amazing for me, but they're still fine. Okay, now do I want to bluff my combo? I think it's not bad to go small here. Quick call. I mean, do I go small? So I had bad blockers previously. Now I kind of have good blockers because I have blockers of their own king queen that can have it. So I'm gonna just go 21 here and target an ace. I could jam, but like I'm kind of matching my jamming hands. I think jam is probably better, and it looks like Rubski's is gonna find a call, and with a hand that they probably would have folded to a jam. Let's see what happens. All right, nice line. Definitely possible that that was not that was a mistake. I'll look over that one later. That's pretty cool. Nice when it works. We have a very tricky one here. How close are we to the money? Okay, we're gonna put money in the pot. I knew it was gonna be tricky. And we're very shallow. So there's no real, I mean, we'd have to be like on the stone bubble for me to want to fold. So I'm playing the same line against Carly here, and I think I'm going to pay it off again. Let's see if we win. We win. Yeah, that kind of delayed line, the bet check bet line, I think that a lot of good players can overbluff that line because they're just not used to people putting in enough hands in a check call. They want to bet themselves when they're out of position. Like a lot of the exploits that are occurring are because the opposite is good against a lot of people. You know, like people are like, oh, you need to, you know, overfold the turn and throw at pots. Well, that's because people don't barrel enough as a bluff and throw at pots on the turn. You know, and so like it's a game of cat and mouse a little bit. But just in general, against aggressive and good players, you need to be putting hands into your river check out of position range with intentions to check call, because if you just are always betting your value, you are going to get run over in that node. Yeah, Ram joined. He says 3 a.m. for him. Yeah, thanks for being here, man. That is late though. You need to get a good night's sleep. Have to get a good night's sleep. Yeah, no problem, Mario. Always happy to stream for you guys. This is it's always a lot of fun. I really enjoy just chatting, talking poker, talking life, whatever it is. These are fun, and I'm super happy to be doing it with CoinPoker, who's just giving away thousands of dollars every single week. So pretty sick. I mean, can I just fold here? I'm just never gonna realize my equity, right? Let's see what Chris and Trip Up and Ascension do here. I think I would have won now. Now that I'm seeing where it's going. 77 left, 62 paid. Chris goes this medium bet. Yeah, I would have just chopped. Ace 2, Ace 5. Not the best way to play those hands, but a little splashy, guys. A little splashy. I guess I should call the Ace 9. It says no one likes chop pot. That's true. We'll bring that back up. I guess I need to continue there, Ace 9. That was maybe a little silly. Little funny. You're just not going to realize your equity there multi-way. There's so many bad runouts. I mean, I got lucky that it ran out the way it did, right? Because if not, then you're just looking at money going in, and you're not doing so hot against the ranges involved. Guys, we are back to sub 6 bigs. We need a spin. We need to spin in this tournament. I'm gonna go with a check raise here against Carly. I know she has fought hard, but that's kind of why I want to be more polar in my check raise. Use a bit of a bigger size. Pretty good turn for me. Find a fold, Carly. One time. Darn it. I don't need to get fancy. I don't need to get fancy there. Nice hand, Carly. I cover one player here, And this guy needs to be tight. This is a little loose. This is too loose, Rom. Please, everybody fold. Oh, one guy cover. Alright, we win this one, yeah. There's no way we lose that one. You don't put in 8 high, 2 loose, and get the one guy that you cover to call. GG, sweet beard. Sorry, man. James hopped in the chat. What's up, man? All the Dayton Flyers are here. James isn't playing, though. James, I mean, Chris is playing. He's in the tournament. He's in the cash games. He's battling it out. You're gonna have to hop in these at some point. Oh my gosh. All right, nice hand, Carly. Carly raised the 8 deuce off versus me and rivered 2 pair. We're gonna have to keep that in mind. Maybe we need to be 3 betting a bit more. Just in general. 8 deuce off, not a great hand to raise from any position at any point in the game. Maybe ICM when you're covered. I'm gonna be putting a lot of money in here. Should start with pot. Alright, so Carly will fold to pot, so I need to be careful. Easy fold in this one. Alright, I mean, we are really getting close to the money now. $73 left, 62 paid. I'm in 61st. We have 7.5x min cash. I wonder if that king-queen suited line was good. I think small makes sense. River though, like my hand kind of matches like the cards I want to hold when I have the nuts. But it's kind of hard for me to have like, I don't know. Interesting one. Did Auburn win? Chris, let me know if Auburn won. We have an ace facing bet here from Carly. I don't think I'm ready to fold yet. So not the easiest spot to triple though. Okay, so we chop sometimes. I think she's gonna have a queen a lot. We chop kind of a lot though, right? Versus 2/3, my 6 is fine. Felt like we were losing that one, didn't it? I think my feelings are getting a bit stronger. I should listen to them. The sizing scheme that was used there just kind of felt like they were looking for a call. Little heater for Carly. Up a buy-in or so. Good little battle. Good little battle. We're gonna call this one off. But they're running hot, so a deuce in range is possible. 10, no good. 10 high, no good. Okay, if Carly's watching, fair play. But my strategy is that I am going to focus on value betting. I can put money in when I have like equity, but I'm not going to be too focused on those fancy bluffs. That was just stupid. I'm going to value bet my ace high though. I think we got called by a king. Yeah. I'm going to just go thin for value and just value bet everywhere. That is my strat. And if Carly adjusts because they're watching the stream, fair play. But I've ran so hot against Carly that I feel the need to give away a little info. Let's give away a little info and see if that changes how things go. Because I can change too, you know? It's the beautiful thing about poker. You can be playing one way, and that's the thing that's important to like having good understanding of the game. It's like, if I want to change my strategy, I can do that. Oh my gosh, though, on this table, I've been talking about running hot. We got check raise, and now we're seeing half pot. Is there merit to raising? I mean, we have a lot of chips back. Yeah, I'm going to go with this raise there. I don't think when Carly gets here, they have nothing. Like, I think they have something a lot. We have the nuts. Probably, definitely could have been a bad river for me. Against like 2 pair and whatnot, but I'm happy we raised the turn. I mean, I have the nuts, so it's not hard to play the nuts, but yeah, good fold again, Carly. Very good. I'm just running hot. And like I said, I'm just running hot. this line I feel confident in. Yeah, I like this. I like this stream. I like this line. We can lose here sometimes, but maybe this is too thin. Same sizing scheme as previous. I'm gonna just come here. I don't need to go for some huge size and say I have king jack. Yeah, I actually think that maybe against the way that Carly's playing, I don't even need to raise there because like they just might never have a queen. And if you never have a queen, it's like, what am I ever getting called by? Everybody, we are on nearing the money. We're 4 off the money. I can't fold 9s. I cover one guy. Let's go with a little clever 3.8 just in case. If it goes jam, 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 I'm folding. Alright, folds is great news. Going with a clever bluff. I know I said I was going to be value betting, but this spot just felt too good. Check, check, flop. We got called by king 10. I need to stick to my strategy. Okay, so this was check, bet, call. Yeah, check, bet, call, lead. King jack I fold here. I could min raise, but I'm gonna pay, right? I think I'm gonna see like king 5, 10-5 off a lot. Like the 5 interaction. Okay, she had heart, or he or she had heart interaction. I mean, like when you go check, call, lead, like you're just very often going to be you're going to be interacting with the turn in some way, right? And on that turn card, it's not a good turn for their range. So like they need to have a hand that's going to interact either in the fact that they made 2 pair, or picked up some draw like that. Let's go for big fast value. Check, check, flop. I bet turn, call. Maybe that doesn't fall into my strategy, but it just felt right. I think they have an 8 a lot, or a 7. Auburn's about to win. Great news. Guys, we have ace-king suited. 2 off the money. We are going to be facing an all-in so often here because I have a short stack. And I will not be folding. Even for the 7.5. Q's in. Just limp, thank you. And now fold. Or call with ace 10. Good trap me. I mean, it's jamming there and just seeing like 4 or 5 offsuit. You just feel so dead on like the stone. That's a fine way to have it go. Carly fly opens here. We're gonna fly ace queen suit. We're hand for hand in the $1. Ascension goes with the raise. I have an easy PO ace queen suit. I probably should have just 3-bet pre myself with a hand this good. That was a mistake, just a flat, honestly. My hand's just so good. We get snap half pot from Ascension. I have no back doors. I think I would continue with some back doors, but this one multi-way, I'm going to just find a fold. Nice hand, Ascension. Need some other cards. I could have back raised there, honestly. My hand's so good. Okay, let's get back to the hand for hand. Auburn's pretty sick. I mean, Florida almost lost. I have Auburn to win my bracket. We are in the money. In the money of the $1. Congratulations. Congratulations, everybody. 60. It says 62. Are we in the money? It did not just say hand for hand plays over. Maybe it just meant for that hand though. I might have just misread that. We need to be careful. We need to know if we're in the money or not. I think we're still in the stone actually. Oh no. So we need to see if IG cashed. Or no, I guess Kurt doubled, so it doesn't matter. So we're still in hand for hand. I thought I for sure said we were in the money. It is boiling in my office right now. Absolutely boiling. I don't want to put on the AC though, because it's kind of loud. Are we on the stone? I think we're in the money now. Now I'm all in. Alright, we're actually playing an interesting one versus Ascension in the cash game. We are in the money now. In the $1. I'm gonna call Ascension here. So I don't actually. I mean, I raised and it went like some calls. I think we're four-handed on the flop, and then Ascension went with a medium-sized bet, and now he's potting. I'm gonna just muck. This is a little bit tight to muck here, but like when you start four ways, like, and they're playing pretty loose pre, like you can have Jack 10 off, Jack 9 off, and it's not that clear that like he's just gonna have a bunch of stuff that can bluff there. So nice play, Ascension, if you found a bluff there, but. I think I have some reverse implied stuff going on. And I'm not getting an amazing price. Okay, hijack, Queen 9-0. I fold that one. So it should move really fast now, this tournament. Yeah, I mean, we're 59 left. I'm in 40th. We can win this. We could go back to back in the free roll. It's possible. Or the weekly MTT. Although I've never won this one, so it would be new. But I won the free roll once, which was sweet. And I very much want to win this one now, today. Because I think I had like 3 bigs forever off the money. Oh, Ascension just said he had 7s on the Jack 7. Yeah, I kind of felt like you wanted to put a lot of money in there. Yeah, I bet you were praying I had Ace Jack or King Jack. The thing is though, is like in that spot, I think I would go a little bit smaller in both the nodes, because it's like if I have Ace Jack or King Jack, you kind of want me to like check raise, like flop, right? But when you like go kind of big into other players, you are building a pot, but it's really hard for you to have a bluff in that line. So I actually think that I would have preferred to see you go small on the flop, and then like medium on the turn, like a 60% instead of like a 90%. And I think that is going to actually allow me, because like if you go for like a half pot size or something like that, I might just raise Ace Jack, King Jack, and put more money in so that a heart doesn't come out. And I'll definitely continue with a heart, which allows you to stack me on heart rivers. But when you put in money that fast, alarm bells start to go off a little bit, and I'm a bit more apt to fold. So I'm actually going to be all in both, not all in here. I'm going to check raise here, and we're going to be all in here. A fold is awesome, but we got snap called ace. Ace. Oh my god, guys, I shouldn't have called for it. I'm so sad. you have to understand the amount of power you have. And I said ace because the screen's kind of flipped over. I wanted the ace, and the ace busted me. Here, I want the ace. I think we might be dead. We're not dead. GG, Carly Fly. Unlucky. Really unlucky there. I'm so sad I'm out of the tournament. Vera Wilson with the KO. GG, Vera. And congratulations. I hope you win. I'm just sad to bust. I wanted to keep going. But we will sweat some other players. So I think Vera's 4 pokers then, right? That was who busted me? Yeah, I was here. So 4 pokers is Vera, who KO'd me. Congratulations. And nice hand. Obviously you played it great. And they're in 4th place with 50 left. And 250 up top. So that is a pretty sick spot, Vera. And I wish you the best of luck. We'll sweat it a little bit. We'll keep it kind of on the side. Let's play this cash game as our main table now. And we'll kind of keep a tab on how things are going in the tournament. I'm down to stream a little bit longer. What time is it? 4:30? Yeah, probably another 30 minutes, 40 minutes, something like that. You KO'd me, Vera, and then I'm going to try very hard to KO Chris. Chris Jr. over there. Alright guys, we're playing less tables, so you're going to have to... let's open back up the questions. Who has any kind of poker questions? Anything I can help you guys with? Anything you're curious about? Hands? If you have a hand, you can send it to me. You guys let me know. Eternal Echo said, how is the field on CoinPoker? The fields are awesome. This the main one is the $1 Poker Coaching Invitational with $1,000 added. I believe we had 360 entries, creating a prize pool of $1,360 essentially. So that was a good turnout. I played the 500 that had like 18K up top. Yeah, Ascension said, I wish you had hit your heart. I got lucky I didn't. So I mean, yeah, I mean the action's good here on Sundays. I played a 200 main event. They have like a lot of action between like $50 and $500. They have a 1K, a 5K if you want to play bigger, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean it's just a loose. And I'm still sitting heads up. If anybody wants to come play some heads up, we can do that as well. I ran very, very hot, as you guys saw. I made lots of boats. Lots of boats. Harry Hall finished -10. Wow, Minwoo Lee won 20 under. Any golf fans out there besides me and Chris? Harry shot 65 today. Oh, 65? What is that? 7 under? Man, that's a great round. He started super hot and then went even the last 12 holes or so. Sick day for Harry, though. Harry's a great golfer on the tour. Cool little 109K for T18. Amazing putter. Fun guy to follow. We have Auburn won by 6. Houston won by 20. Sorry, Adam Hendricks, if you're around. He's a big Tennessee fan. Is it all 1 seeds? All 1 seeds. I got the final 4 right. I'm still gonna lose in my bracket though. Too many dumb picks early. But it's hard to get the final 4 right. I'll take that. I will take that. The Auburn-Florida game is going to be sick. I mean, Duke looks awesome as well. I haven't watched Houston play much. It's got to be a Duke-Auburn final, though. Don't feel bad, Vera. I'm glad the chips went to you. And I hope you win. I'll be sweating a little bit. 4 poker, still in 4th. I mean, this is a sick spot. 42 people left, 250 up top, in a $1 tournament. I mean, that's awesome. Ascension is just owning the table. 330 big blinds in front of him. Oh, wow. Oh, brutal. Brutal and then re-brutal. How'd you get in? No. Okay, so you open 7-5 suited, 3-bet. I kind of missed the start of that hand. So 3-bet pot, check raise, get in. Probably just at least post flop. Good from both. Unlucky. We're gonna call these 3s and set mine against Carly. I don't really recommend doing this in cash game. Like, this is like, I would just fold, I think, in general, but I want to splash around because I'm running so hot. And try to stack people. Rubsky's Poker has by far the best avatar. Sick poker coaching Finn. 3. No 3. If there was a 3 coming, I would have called. 3 coming, you gotta play to make your set. Let's see what CGR does here. So we have check. I kind of think Chris is gonna fold. Could have a 9 though. It's well played if he has like a 9-8-7. I think 9-8-7 can play like that. Like 10-9, 10-8, something like that. Clean up the equity a bit. Alright, we've hit 4 hours of streaming. Thank you, Brian. We got a question coming in. This is going to be my last call on any poker questions. If anybody needs any input on anything, let me know. Brian says, I see a lot of split ranges suggested on turns using PGTO. Usually smaller with weaker hands and more money with bigger hands. Wouldn't that telegraph your strength too much? So if that was how you were playing, then it would, right? But that's really not what I don't really think that's probably what's happening, because like we're gonna open this up. We're gonna play pretty loose the last half hour. So like let's talk about like small flop betting, for example. So like say the board's like Jack 8-5, and your big bets are mostly gonna be like your value big bets, so like Ace Jack, Queens, Kings, King Jack off, like hands they're gonna have a harder time barreling off. Across different runouts, okay? But what else fits in? So that's your big bet. And then your small bet is a lot of like weaker kind of protection betting that's happening. But then what else you put in there are like top set, middle set, right? So I'm just not going to find bluffs. And so that's kind of how, well, I guess I could have ran it. So like, even though if, like, say we're talking like river block ranges, like the most common portion of a river block range is good medium strength equity, right? But the reason it makes you tough to play against is that you bluff sometimes, but a small amount because you're using a small size, and then you put some amount of nuts in there to block, get raised, and jam, okay? And so even if it's small amounts, it allows you to really structure strong ranges, even if the most common hand type is still kind of like what you're saying, where it's a bit weaker. So like on this turn spot you're talking about, like, I'm certain that a computer will always have some nutted hands in it. Like imagine a flush completes and you want to play some small sizes. Well, you're going to small size like some medium strength top pair type hands, but you're also going to put some like stone nut hands into it. This could be thin versus Ascension. Ascension sat heads up, so we're playing a bit more. I was talking, so I don't quite remember the action, but I'm pretty sure it was check, check, flop. Check, bet small, turn, and then I check, raise, river. I think he's going to have king, queen a lot. And my 6 doesn't play, so maybe I just need ace-9 there to go for value. But let me know if that makes sense, Brian, and if you want more info on that, feel free to DM me. And really what would be helpful is where you're seeing this on PGTO, send me the sim. Like now we added categories and equity equity charts to the program, so like you can really see, you know, the breakdown of the ranges, which is really awesome. So if you're seeing kind of what you're talking about, just send it over to me and ask like, hey, this is kind of what I'm talking about, this is what I'm not understanding, and I'm happy to kind of get more granular with with that breakdown. Chris Jr., I battled from nothing and on the money. Thanks so much, man. GG. I tried hard. I don't care if it's $100K or $1. I'm going to, for the most part, try my absolute best. Mike Stan, is there a different pro here each Sunday? So, it's mixed. It's mostly Jonathan Little. Jonathan will stream it maybe like twice a month, and then we try to find other guys to stream maybe once a month. So I would say on average, like, maybe that's actually a little high. Maybe we stream it twice a month on average with different coaches, mostly being Jonathan. Very bad board for me. I have no back doors. Start with a check. Let's just go check fold. You gotta find clean lines sometimes. You check raise for value, get an awful board, you have an awful hand, you just fold it. You just check and you fold it. Brian says, I figured NIL would weight it more towards once he's winning than prior years. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's still a lot of variance in college sports, though. Yeah, like I think it might be overstated because of the chance that it happened this year. One seeds are going to obviously be better, but there's still going to be a lot of variance in the game, I think. I think we need a bluff here. We don't love it. We have so many possible. I think we need to go big. I don't have a diamond, which is nice, and he played check, so he's gonna have like a 3 or a 2 a lot. Okay, here's a boat or something. Boat. Well played, Ascension. Well played, sir. Got me to bluff. My whole range looks like a freaking bluff here. Okay, so we're facing a call. I mean, limping is not a typical strategy. Okay, someone says, Poker says, can I explain the thought process of counting combinations and using blockers to figure out hands? It's a big topic. Yeah, I mean, it's a really big topic. We have a lot of really good material on this on PokerCoaching. I would check out Master the Fundamentals in the Poker Math course, but I'll riff on it for a few. So, just in general, like, you want to be ranging your opponents. We're gonna barrel here. you want to be ranging your opponents through each street, right? From pre-flop all the way to every decision, you want to be trying to condense their range to have a better idea of what they could possibly have in that situation. But the reason why combination is so important is that you have 12 combos of offsuit 10-7 and only 4 combos of the suited 10-7. So you end up having way more offsuit combos than suited combos in a lot of different spots. And so a clear idea of this would be like, hey, let me play a hand and I'll talk you through how I'm thinking about blockers in it. But you really want to focus on offsuit combos because it kind of drives the opponent's range. Just because there's so many more offsuit combos than suited combos. So like if you have an offsuit like I don't like to pay rivers when I have a hard time finding offsuit combo bluffs. Like that's kind of a rule I have because like if you don't have any offsuit combos, it's really hard to find enough bluffs in a lot of spots. Because if you're just using suited combos, it's just doesn't add up that fast. And then just keep checking here. Although I can bet. Let's bet. Nice. Nice. Oh, Rubski. Sorry, Rubski. He's that bluff without a dime was sick. He almost heroed. JO's a calling station, so JO's maybe not the right guy to send that hand to if you folded something big. I think in most cases, like, that's going to be a hard one to get shown a bluff too often. But okay, so like offsuit combos in this spot, it's way more important that he has like Jack 10 off, King Jack off, rather than just the suited combos. I made 2 pair here. Let's just go huge. And I just kind of went huge with the bluff. My mouse is just not working well. So a good blocker, for example, is, so 10 Jack is the nuts here, right? So a good blocker for me to have here might be like, I mean 6-7's the nuts too. Like you feel bullied. I mean I just overbet and you raised me and I had nothing, so you should pay it this time. So see, that's how you feeling bullied. I overbet and I have a bluff and you put money in the pot and I have the nuts and you fold. So that's a good way to be bullied, Ascension. Nice hands. I'll get back to that blocker idea. Poker when a spot comes up where I feel like it's pretty pertinent. I'm going to skip a couple because I see Carly Fly in the chat. Good game. You're so sad that your hands literally sucked heads up. I ran so hot heads up. I almost felt bad how hot I was running. You were super tough to play against. Really, really aggressive and whatnot. So yeah, good game to you as well. I hope you keep, I mean, looks like you have a good stack at the other table, and I hope you go deep in the weekly MTT as well. Thanks for playing. That was fun. And GG. I don't like this limp strat you're playing here, Ascension. There's no Annie, like, I would just raise or fold. Really tough to play a preflop strat in a no Annie game with limps on the button. I have plenty of low ace X's here. I can fold king highs and whatnot. My hand doesn't really fit that great, but it's hard for me to have that much equity. And we get snap called. I'm blocking the strongest portions of the range. And spades are bad to have. It's really hard for me to have it. And 4-5 got there. I am gonna actually bluff this one. The snap call on the turn scares me. So let's see. Yeah, he did call. Did he trap me on the flop? Oh my god, he called 7 Jack high. Jack high with the 7. Didn't believe me. And you were right. Nice hand, Ascension. I really was targeting that kind of hand, so nice job. Nice job. All right, we got a little battle with Ascension going here. I'm gonna get back to some of these questions, but I'm gonna have to focus here. But we're getting limp called by the Jack 7 off, and somehow losing huge pots, so. Not somehow, I mean, you played great. You know, this is the key, really, right? You just have to keep running super hot, heads up, and nothing else really matters. Okay, we got snap call, queen on the turn. I'm gonna just keep putting money in. Snap call, deuce on the river. This is putting a bit too much money in. I felt it. I felt it, but I had the winner. Sometimes you gotta just speed people up. Thanks, Ascension. I'm gonna try to play super fast here. Try to speed Ascension up a little bit. See if he's afraid my kicker would burn me. Yeah, and we had to have a king in that kind of line. It did burn you. We can check raise this hand or check call. Let's just go with check call this time. And just huge, right? I mean, okay, I'm gonna get to a couple of the questions. Why is it bad to overcall the 3-3 set mining? Is it the small blind positioning or the hand strength? It's the positioning. Playing out of position to a bunch of people multi-way is just a really rough spot to be in. In raked environments like online cash, we just really don't want to go multi-way from the small blind. Darn, bad run out for me. Maybe he has sevens. Yeah, that's him. Ascension should bet there. The run out's so good for you. Like, I know you want to show down with your ace king, but like there's so many hands you want to get value from. Like, I'm probably not going to pay you with my hand, but I think in general you're going to want to go for value. Thanks for the kind words, guys. I appreciate you being here for the stream. I win sometimes. Yeah. And yeah, I'm seeing this message again, Carly. That was crazy how hot I ran. I was just flopping sets. Like, if you go back and watch the stream, like, a lot of times you folded, I literally just had a boat. So that was pretty nuts. We still have this table over here. I'm gonna check in on Chris Jr. and Ascension battling over here. Carly Fly still in that one. Rubski. Oh, I just misclicked. Let's play it a bit bigger, Ascension. Josh Gavin says, what do you mean by cleaning up equity? So, like, when I talk about cleaning up equity, it's like, sometimes you're like you're pushing equity with like a medium strength hand, that because your range is protected, the goal is to clean up equity. So, like, imagine the board is like Jack 5 deuce and you have sixes. Well, like, Jack 5 deuce, if he just has like 8-9 off, you have like a reasonable amount of equity against my hand, you know? And so I can just like bet small there to like clean up equity. Like, I am betting for value, but really the benefit of my bet is that I'm folding out a lot of equity from my opponent's range on early streets. So that's kind of what I mean from that one. We're not really going anywhere with these fives. We're playing a 3-bet pot and then a B33. Not a great turn for us. Probably the worst turn in the deck. We just gotta fold this one. Okay, I'm gonna play Ascension on the side now for a little bit. I'll bring it over if there's any big hands, but let's feature this cash game for a bit. And I'm also going to check in on the weekly tournament. There are 28 players left. 4 pokers still in there. That's Vera. That was who I busted to. Seemed like they were playing great. Vera's in there. Carly Fly still in there. Betty, suited pockets. If you're still in, let me know. Maestro's still in. Guaranteed. They're on the bubble of a payout for a $2 payout. Pay jump. So let me know if you're still in. I'll check in on you guys in a little bit. 4 poker with 335 though, big stack. Very big stack. Go with the pot size bet here, and we get there. I think we just go pot. Could check raise. Pot feels right to me. Getting raised here is disgusting. Good fold. Ace-5 suited in the ring game. We are definitely going to play that. I said definitely. So here we are. I actually can cold call this hand. Look at this flop. What is going on? Heads up. I'm going to cold call. This is a bit of a unique strategy, but it does happen. My hand 4-bets more than it cold calls, I think, but maybe actually neither to be an ante to play cold calls. But I should just 4-bet and taking that one down. But this board smashes my cold call range. Absolutely smashes. Let's just find fold. Show me ace king and ace queen. Call. Nice hand. I mean, do I really keep bluffing into 2 players here? This seems super aggressive. I don't even have clubs. Maybe I should just run it every time, but I mean, it goes call. So like Rubsky has an overpair pretty much, like at a very, very high frequency, I would say. Yeah, I mean, Rubsky has to just have like aces here, kings. So do we try to make somebody fold kings? Sexy Barmaid just had a jack and Rubsky had an overpair. Maybe if I go bet there, it's really, really tough for them to ever call. My range is so strong. That could have been a mistake on a lot of streets. Okay, so now we're playing this more two-way spot again with Chris and Ascension and Kingman. We flop middle pair. I'm going to fight a bit harder in these more two-way pots, because I think Chris probably just can have, like, Jack 8 offsuit, but... So my 9 of spades is pretty pertinent here. Is it worth calling? 10 Jack Queen. I have 2 players behind again. I know I wanted to play a little looser in the more two-way pots, but I don't know. Alright, PP for Life says, thanks for doing this. It seems like I'm stuck at 50-0. What pushed you over the top from 50-0? A great question again. What pushed me over the top? I need to think about that. That's a tough question. Flush. Yeah, it's tough to know. I think that, like, sorry, I was playing a heads up spot. What pushed me over the top? So I think in general, like, really grinding hard is just underrated. Like, you need to be playing a lot of hands and going through and having a good process. And so I think that, like, I would say what pushed me over the edge was having a very strong process. I was playing a ton of volume, like maybe 8 hours a day for 5 days a week was like a normal week of cash. And I was marking hundreds of hands a week and really trying to figure out, does this hand fit into my strategy? Do I need to change my strategy? Constantly trying to iterate and look at, new ways to play spots, etc. So I think that, like, the process is the most important thing. And if you have a good process, then the rest becomes like you're not just gonna have some light bulb and be like, oh, I'm playing this spot incorrectly, and then your win rate just skyrockets. But, like, that's not really how it goes. I think it's like more of just like this slow trend, and then all of a sudden the whole game starts to click better. And it's not just like one tiny little thing, it's like the summation of all of the little things together and all the little tweaks, and your win rate just goes from break even to 4BB. It doesn't just go like to 1BB and then 2 and then 3 and then 4 and then 5. It just like can jump and then stay. And so that's kind of how I feel that online cash goes. So I would take a really hard look at your process and try to figure out, where are you leaking in your process, right? Like, are you studying enough? Are you reviewing your hands enough? Do you understand why a certain player in your pool has a higher win rate than you? How is your big blind stats? Are you defending enough? Are you hitting the pre-flop stuff well? Like just constantly analyzing and iterating on that process, and you'll just get there. Like, it'll just click at some point, and you're like, okay, I have the confidence to deviate when I want to deviate. I have the confidence that my default game is just winning. There's nothing else to it. It's just like I can sit in my computer and play my game and print money, and that is really kind of where you want to be. Okay, I'm gonna fold here. I'm gonna go back to the heads up because I've been kind of neglecting throwing water on fire. I honestly, Ascension, don't. I'm just clicking buttons here a little bit. I don't quite remember the hand that just happened. I probably ran hot because I've just been running so hot. Chris Jr., GG, sir. Thanks for playing, man. Fun playing. Hope you had fun. And good game. G. Nicholas Gatoinis is still in. Gallicanukis is the name. I think I just fold this. A little tight. Tight player. Let's check in on PokerCoaching user Nicholas Gatoinis. He just joined the stream. In the chat, we flop trips again, heads up, because that's kind of what we like to do. Okay, you're on break. Gallicanukis is in third place with 23 left. 6th spot. Everybody with 23 left is guaranteed $11, which is 11 buy-ins. Pretty sick. Break is ending right now. That'll be a fun sweat. So good luck, Gatoinis. Gatanos. Apologies if I'm butchering your name or your screen name. Deuce. See how quick he calls here. So now that we're sped up, does he have to think about doing something? He should never have a 6, right? Ace 6, King 6. I mean, it's a really hard spot to defend. It's deuce, deuce, deuce. Like, maybe my hand's actually supposed to just check turn, but it feels really, really tricky to maneuver that out of position when, like, my range is just, I have every single good boat and you just don't. And that's a tough spot to be. Four of clubs. Almost. Backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. I don't know. That didn't work well. And he sized up. That was not the play. I have a boat. Show me 9-10. Show me 9-10. Woof! Ascension. Unlucky, my friend. That's another version of running hot, is when you just check raise the fours because you think the guys can be FOS and you somehow show down and win. Very lucky. Okay, now he's leading on 8-6-5. I don't really see the need to raise when we're playing a 20 SPR. Ace is amazing for me. Ascension just called the 3 deuce off against me in the big blind. That's an interesting one. I'm watching that. So I beat a 6 here, and I want to induce a bluff. So like I think he can shove like 7-9, any of that stuff. Yeah, 7 jack. Easy check call. If he uses that medium size again, like, yeah, I guess it's just half pot, right? Easy call. Deuce double flush draw. I have 2 of the suits, and we just do it. We just do it again. I think in theory I maybe don't go this big, but I just feel like being greedy and just putting an ace in an awful spot. Yeah, ace 4. Unlucky Ascension. I'm just running hot, man. Just running hot. We have this ace of spades, which kind of... We have the ace of spades and a low card, which is kind of nice. 5 is just an awful turn. Check's cool. We're gonna fold to any bet. We'd bluff on a spade, run out. We'd bluff on a couple others. 22 left. Gallicanuka still up there. 4 poker still up there. Kaladin. Carly Fly still in there. We have Sexy Barmaid in this. It's kind of a big... Let's come back to the ring game. It's kind of a big pot because we had Ascension Limp and then an ISO from Barmaid. I called the big blind. If you guys are having fun, please, please hit like, hit subscribe, do whatever the YouTube algorithm likes. I will appreciate it very much. Really enjoyed hanging out today and playing some cards. This is way too loose. Sorry, Rupkis. We're just going too loose and running hot. Poker man, thanks for the good words. Thanks for the kind words. Hope you enjoyed yourself today. And yeah, GG, good luck in your games. It is fun. It's fun to do this stuff. 3-up pot versus Ascension. I'll let you guys know how that goes. Check raised on the 6th turn. And top pair. How greedy can you go here? I mean, 8-9's definitely in range. So greedy. Alright, guys. Find the bluff. Find the bluffs. I mean, it's so hard to find, right? Ace of spade 8. Ace of spade 5. I'm gonna make a crazy fold here, guys. I mean, do I beat value? Okay. I don't think I beat any value. Maybe I do. Maybe I just can beat value sometimes. This is a really painful one, Rubsky. I need to get 30%. I don't know about that one. Nice hand either way from Rubskis. Rubskis poker? Rubskis? Maybe it's Rubskis. I'm coming for more though. I played too loose last time. I'm playing too loose this time. We're gonna stick to the strategy. Okay. Ascension won some pots here. I don't quite remember what happened, but Ascension won some. Carly says, do you play cash games online or live? If so, where do you tend to play? I definitely don't play. Did I bet the turn? Dang it, I should have bet the turn. For this exact kind of reason. I mean, 7. Something humongous. I don't play a ton. I like to play every once in a while some of these cash games. On CoinPoker. I think that's a really fun format. The heads up and the 7 max. It's just a good, yeah, a lot of good games and whatnot there. So I definitely play on CoinPoker when I play. I don't play a ton of cash games anymore. I moved to tournaments kind of 2021, 2020, and so I'm definitely more focused on tournaments live and online, mostly live. But every once in a while, I'll play a fun cash game, and if I play online, I'm playing on Coin. And I have to tell you, I did just make 2 pair against you. I did just make 2 pair against you. Let's see if it's first good and second gets paid. Good fold. Good fold, Carly. Live, I'm in Vegas, so the best games live are Ascension setting out. The best games live in Vegas, I think, are mostly at the Win. The Win and Aria, I would probably say, are the 2 kind of best places to play. I mean, there's really fun cash games everywhere, though, honestly. 7, 8, 9, 10, Queen Ace. That is not a very good hand, but I still can beat Ace 6. Fair play. Fair play. I mean, I just, like, I don't know, man. When will it end? When will I stop just flopping nutted hands over and over and over? Bad run out. A counterfeit. Bad run out, but not that bad. If I was Ascension, I would have gotten, yeah, unreal. Sorry, man. I am running very hot. So we're against the blinds, and Ascension is playing a lot of hands here. Let's just go with check. Josh Gavin says, since CoinPoker is crypto-based, is the payout instantly sent to your wallet once you cash out? You'll have to ask them exactly. Every time I have deposited and withdrawn, it has been very, very fast. And yeah, it's just like kind of you're saying, you just send the USDT to a wallet. And it's pretty, it's very fast and easy in my experience. I don't know what their like policy is in terms of timing and whatnot, you know. Wow, Rubski's. Okay, Rubskies. Rubskies, I like that. I think they had it. I think they had it when I folded that King 10. Too greedy. I mean, it's hard. You played it good. Like, I don't know. It's just that in poker, it's really tough to bluff in those lines. Like, my range is just so uncapped there. I have all the sets. I have all the rivered flushes and whatnot. So yeah, I think you probably played it totally fine. I don't know exactly what you had, but I think you probably played it great. You just got a bit unlucky that spades got there on the river and made me be like, oh, well, a lot of your bluffs just turn into value hands, so it's tough. You say one day you'll get good. I don't know. I think you're playing great. Hopefully you had a nice nice day today and a good time. Are we going to stay playing a little bit of three-handed? Let's see. Let's check in on the MTT one more time. And I'll probably head out here in a few. 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 4 in a row. So we don't quite have a straight, but we do have top pair with it. Bad turn for our hand. Pretty good turn for our range. I think I'm going to continue calling here. I'll fold river. 15 left. Okay, let's check this. Man, that sizing. Sizing is raising my eyebrows a little bit. I mean, you take away 5, 8, 8, 10. There's a lot of bluffs when the only value hands are straights. A lot of potential bluffs when the only value hands. When you say, hey, I have something or nothing, or rather, I have the nuts or nothing. Okay, 15 left here. 4 pokers still in. Gallicanukis in second place with 15 left. They're all guaranteed 13.7 buy-ins. with playing for $250 up top. That's a pretty sick spot. Okay, I'm gonna do 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes on the stream. We'll play some three-handed poker. We'll pull up a table. Let's pull up Gallicanukis. Big flip here. Big flip holds for star 68. Back to 20 bigs here. So we have Gallicanukis who's in the chat. One of the big stacks. So there's 3 tables left, I guess. So 3 tables left. 1 bust away from going down to 2 tables. We have a very short stack in Doke. We have Gallicanukis with the chip lead, but 2 other big stacks here. So you can open wide, but like you can't just go too crazy, right? You have a reshove stack with star 68. You're playing with a small ante. I like to see the size though. Like if you're gonna raise, going for this like just a min raise size or maybe a 2.1 is quite good. And it looks like somebody busted, so now they're down to 2 tables, so that's fine. 9 back. Gallicanukis is chip leading. They're down to 2 tables left, 14 left. And Gallicanukis is chip leading. Carly Fly says, I always love watching your videos, and it was a great time next play. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much for playing. It was really fun today. Really enjoyable. Hopefully we get to play again soon, and yeah, good luck in your games. Let me know if I can be of any help. Send me hands, send me whatever in Discord. Nice, Rubes guys. Rubes guys. I think it's gonna take me a little bit. Rubes guys says I'm doing that new drill the damn peak GTO with you in it. Nice. We can drink and play together. Let's do it. Oh my gosh, Carly flies in a big flip over here. Wins the side pot. King 10 wins that one. Carly flies still in that one. 10 bigs. We'll get back to the main. Let me respond here. Hopefully they're just watching the stream, but just in case. Yeah, we have new drill of the day in Peak GTO. I'm super excited about a lot of the improvements that the guys have been able to make on Peak. I think it's really becoming a good product, and I really do like those drill of the days. I think they're a super cool way to learn and study. And yeah, Carly, let me know. Let me know when you're in town. We'll grab a drink and play some cards. I think we'll have like a poker coaching meetup at some point this summer. Probably play some cash game or whatnot. Another mono board versus Rubes, guys. And my hand fits in really nicely to put a lot of money in. Ace of diamonds for Gallicanukis versus Carly Fly all in here. Big double for Carly. We're gonna just go. I mean, this is maybe not the play. We want to be saying we have a big hand or nothing, but I really want to club when I'm betting this big. So I don't know why I kind of rushed through that one a little bit. It's going to perform pretty well, but yeah, Carly, hit me up next time you're here. Hit me up on Discord or something. The Robbie not good. Jack 4 off. What was the board? It wasn't good there, but I just overbluffed that spot in a silly manner. Ooh la la. What a flop. And we have Davey G hopping in. Thanks, Davey, for hopping in late. Can't fold. So we have Carly Fly. Gallicanukis just lost a big one, but is still doing fine. Okay, so I beat very little here. Very little here on the Jack River. I could have beaten 9-10, Jack 10 type stuff, but okay, we're 12 left in the MTT. We still have Carly Fly in there. Gallicanucas still in there. Star. A lot of good players left. 12 left fighting for 250. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Yeah, Josh, I'm with you. It's it is annoying to like wait on money. I mean, I've withdrawn from WSP.com and had to wait weeks before. So it's super nice how convenient it is just to send over crypto, get crypto back, etc. I really like that. Vera Wilson, nice run. Great run. That's 4 pokers. 15th place for 13.7. Awesome run. Got 15th out of 360 runners, 359. Good job. You wish CoinPoker had horse or 8 game. That would be fun. That'd be fun. I'm sure they're probably going to add some sort of mix at some point. So that would be awesome. Big all in here, up and down, and now some fish sticks. Fish sticks has a ton of chips. If they win this one, they are starting to really run away with it. GG up and down. Fish sticks now has 887,000 chips. Big chip leader. Almost double second place. When you queen versus Carly. If I just keep running super hot, that would be okay. I missed. Check on the river. Maybe I can win. Big all in for Gallicanucas. What a flop. Turned him dead. Nice hand, Gallicanucas, and GG, Mr. Kirkham. Looks like they're 8-handed. No, 9 left. So final table is coming up. They need 2 more bust outs, and there's plenty of short stacks. Not on this table, but on the other table, there's a couple 10 big blind stacks. So we have an 8 big blind, a 12 big blind. Alright, everybody. That was a lot of fun. We streamed for 5 hours. 5-hour stream. That's pretty sick. I'm happy with that. And we have to play our final hand, I guess, right? This is like playing out of the rack, though. Kind of feels like potentially not the play. I'm gonna just pot the flop, and very hard to defend versus pots on these flops. Just fold, Rubes, guys. GG, everybody. One more all in. We have one more all in. Let's see what happens here. Will Star find the ace or king? Needs the ace or king. GG, Star 68. Big flip towards Mr. Clean there. I think they're on the final table bubble now. Pretty sick. Pretty sick. Good luck to everybody still in. They're playing for $250 now. Carly Fly still in. Gallicanucas. Kaladin. 8 left. 8 left in this one, playing for $250. So good luck, everybody.